card with a win. He's now one back of Francisco Arrieta. He's not riding in Hot Springs on Saturday, but this is big too for the afternoon. Race 3, his morning line favorite, Mount, scratched. Race 5, morning line favorite, scratched. Race 8, Happy Americans out as well. So even with this win, it's going to be awfully tough for him to overtake Francisco Arrieta.
And I think a lot of people think that the big story this weekend is the Derby, but clearly it's the jockeys race at Oaklawn.
Look, it means a lot to these guys. They both ridden tremendous, and it is fun to watch to see who's going to play it out. I know,
It's
Andy.
also fun to joke about it.
Yeah. So just as you said this, you are not allowed to talk about the jockey's title at Saratoga all summer long, okay?
Oh, he's in timeout now.
No, it's because Greg assured me that Irad would win, and he's gloating. He believes that's what he gets.
Favorite with the victory. We had big Derby news. We said we teased it here top of the show. We had a scratch the other day. Rodriguez, one of the speeds coming out. Now Grande for Todd Pletcher, announced earlier today, is out of the race.
You know, he apparently has been dealing with a foot issue.
It was a cracked heel in the right front.
And, you know, he's been training at Keeneland. He only has one work since he ran in the Wood Memorial. And the vets are going to be careful. And he's not going to run. And that's, you know, tough for the connections. He was certainly a horse that could win. But that's the situation of the vets. And, you know, you got to believe in them.
Absolutely. They're there for a reason. As you said, a couple of horses they've been keeping an eye on coming into this. Rodriguez scratched by his trainer yesterday. Grande, a vet scratch today, so will not be able to wheel back into the Preakness. And this will also make it the first year that Todd Pletcher does not have a runner in the Kentucky Derby since 2003.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when he scratched.
That's
amazing, huh?
It really is.
He can leave early.
I'm sure that's what he's thinking.
This guy could have been there watching all the action live. He chose to be here with us.
I can't think of any place I'd rather be than with the two of you.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Belmont of the Big A. We'll have races 1 through 3, part 1 of our afternoon here. Oaklawn, races 2 and 3 still to come. As you saw, sloppy going in Hot Springs. And then we're back for round 2 later today. The three of us all back together?
Yes, we are.
5 Eastern to 6.
We're like the Three Musketeers today.
We are.
I really feel that way. Early stakes action on this card in race 3 with the Sheep's Head Bay Grade 3, mile and 3/8 on the lawn at Beach Bomb. Graham Motion will try and make it 3 in a row.
Well, she is theoretically the speed. I am really interested, and Acacia and I were talking about this a bit earlier, whether or not you get a little more speed from the horse inside of her today, what Love looks like.
Yeah, she's the type of horse, what Love looks like, that does have natural speed. And you would have hoped last time out down in South Florida that she would have crushed Beach Bomb a little bit more. She kind of settled in that stalking spot. So you'd think they would have learned from there since they've been aggressive with Beach Bomb and using her speed. She's won 2 graded stakes back to back. Now, that being said, they were also on the turf course down at Gulfstream. There were some trips behind her as well. Can she carry that form up here to New York in what you might think would be a little bit of a fairer run race?
And I like that La Mahana draws the 5 post because maybe now she can sit in the 2 path and not get herself locked in. I just hate when closers get hemmed in towards the inside. They just don't usually get their momentum under her. And I think she's been a hard luck loser, frankly, of maybe even her last 3 races.
She's been very consistent throughout her career.
Graded stake, mile and 3/8 on the lawn, coming up in race 3 on our card. But first things first, the opener, mile, 1-turn mile. 30 claiming race, non-winners at 2 life, as we kick things off with Rodeo Star here in our post parade.
Well, this horse is off the claim for Robert Johnson, so if you feel that he can move her up, she's found the right field to try to do it in.
8-1 next door, Brooklyn Dance.
Been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but she has recently been running against far tougher company than she meets today.
Biggest price on the board. Here's Toxic Girl.
Yeah, she's a little bit on the slower side, but in this race, I would never talk somebody off a long shot because the next 2 horses who are the choices aren't exactly on solid ground.
Yo Levin was 9-5 morning line, 7-2 now.
She did win impressively to break her maiden, but with previous connections 2 back.
Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche team up with a 5.
She's the horse to beat, especially if Kendrick rides her aggressively.
And welcome back, Babe. Javier Castellano rides for Michelle Nevin.
She has the feeling of last time was the time when she won off the bench. We'll see if she can make it 2 in a row.
Pick 5 pool you see right there kicks us off here. Approaching $85,000 in the pool. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look here at your second choice on the board. Let me just look past my cameraman's shoulder there. And yeah, Asbira looks fantastic. She's a Rob Atras horse. Those horses typically look outstanding, and the pick of the fields generally when they come out of Rob's barn. But I'm a little bit interested in Yo Levin. She was in a much tougher spot last time. She was shuffled back to last after the start and never really recovered while having to do her racing down on the inside. And to give credit to the race being tougher, Big Calhoun Huna came back to win with an 82, and Patty Van Winkle came back to win with an 85 by her speed figure. And the last time I saw this horse was way back in January, and to me she looks so much better in her hind end. She's filled out, she's stronger, she's carrying her weight well, and as far as her coat and flesh, it's just outstanding. So I'm going to take a shot with her getting a little easier spot here. I know she did only break her maiden for 22 starts ago, but it was a total lopsided affair. As we'll move on to the inside runner, Rodeo Star, she looks fantastic in her coat, and I kind of thought she ran a good race last time, albeit only for 15, and she tried to stay with the winner, Soul Secret, that day. Just couldn't quite hang in there, but stacks up well against this field that she's meeting here today, as she does take a step up in class off of the claim, but physically matches nicely with the rest of her foes. Now, on the outside at 3-1, taking some money is Welcome Back Babe. She came off the layoff and performed incredibly well. It was a weaker spot, I must say. Asayura, there we go, came back and won, but nothing to write home about, earning only a 56 by her speed figure. As she battled on the front end, though, and was very game and prevailed. She is one that does get a little bit hot and washy, and now last time I thought she looked incredibly nervous, too. That wasn't the case today. She's a little less hot and just looks as though she's strengthened up a good deal having that race under her belt. I'm not her biggest fan, but at least as though it looks as though she's moved forward from that effort, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. So 3-2 favorite, BRL. Let's go back to the 2 in here. Brooklyn Dance at 9-1.
I think she's a little bit interesting as an alternative. I love the fact that Jose Lizcano takes them out, so it's just a general rider improvement. She's been running over her head, and she has back races good enough. I don't love her, but 9-1 seems like way too big a price given the overall quality of this field, Acacia.
You are getting a generous price on her, and yeah, it's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, as mentioned, but she has been facing better company. I'm with Maggie on the 4 Yo Levin. I know that when she broke her maiden, it was for 20, and it was for Bill Morey. But that being said, when Fernando Abreu, who I have a lot of respect for, claimed her, as you heard in Maggie's comments, they ran against way better company last time out. And I thought while she was dueling for third, she didn't necessarily disgrace herself in that effort. This just seems like a much more logical spot.
And she'd run competitive against some better groups. It took her a little while to get that first win. And she was 1-2 when she did break that victory, but the Big Calhouna ran huge in that performance last start.
Oh, she can certainly win this race. I mean, I think the 2, 4, or 5, the winner's probably to come from there. I'm a little surprised the 4 and 6 are the same price in this race. I think the Biera is the horse to beat and should get an aggressive ride, but I'm hopeful the 2 can get back to some of her better races at a bit of a price.
Those playing this early pick 5, did you feel like the 2 and 3, it's a 2-horse race in the next?
I like the 3 Peak in the next race.
I like the 1A in the next race.
Okay.
I mean, obviously Peak is going to win if he runs a good race. I just don't trust him, but I picked him second.
Chris Griffin to kick off this Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A. Let's go upstairs.
Rodeo Star is in the gate, a little unsettled there. Maddie Olver dismounted. Toxic Girl. Yo Levin. Bira. Welcome Back Babe to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Toxic Girl breaks well from in between horses. Bera's right up there with the early lead, and Welcome Back Babe also emerges as a contender. It's going to be Welcome Back Babe up on the far outside. These two now head and head as Toxic Girl is towards the inside, and they are the clear 1-2. Following them is Yo Levin, is out in the center of the racetrack, is taken third as Bera is now shuffled back. It's now in the 5th position, passed to the inside by Brooklyn Dance. That's the leading 5, and the lone trailer, a Rodeo Star. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Toxic Girl is a neck in front. Welcome Back Babe is in pursuit, just stalking, continues to chase this leader. Right in behind them, it's a trio. 3 wide is Yo Levin. Starts to make up some ground for Romero Mirage, center of the racetrack as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Bera now puts away Brooklyn Dance, who's back to 5th and encouraged to keep up with the leading group through a 47.49 half-mile time. The trailer continues to be Rodeo Star. They turn up the pressure up front, and Toxic Girl only a nose in front. Here's Welcome Back Babe, and Welcome Back Babe has now put a neck in front of Toxic Girl, who's all in. Bera needs a way through. Kenda Carmouche is just waiting for a seam here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. All in is Yo Levin in the center of the racetrack, and now tipping to the outside to the 3 path. That's Bera. Toxic Girl is back in front, and Toxic Girl is now battling on at the rail. Welcome Back Babe is back to second. Bera is now cut loose in the 3 path, and here comes Bera. Bera is now coming after the leader and passes Toxic Girl. Still chasing Yo Levin. Just needed some room, and Bera wins the opener. Bera wins it over Yo Levin's in a photo with Toxic Girl and Welcome Back Babe at 1 minute 37.73 seconds.
Kendra Carmouche, Rob Atras. It's the 6-5 favorite to kick off this Friday card at Belmont at the Big A.
No big surprise. She was the one to beat, and you could see that Kendrick was just sort of waiting for room, and once he got the room, Acacia, easy victory.
Was not on the lead as might have anticipated with the stretch back out in distance, but she's one of those horses, she kind of runs the same type of race no matter what distance she's in, and once she got clear, she was able to kick on from some other horses who were logical, but just a little bit leg weary in the stretch. She was just a bit better than what she faced today.
Full beginning to the card here in New York. We'll have the prices when we come back from timeout. Kendra Carmouche, Rob Atras, Vieira with the win. 2 for 15 record overall now. 5-4, 3-6 finish in this opener. We'll get to the pick 4 when we come back. And we'll talk Kentucky Oaks when we return. Good Cheer putting that perfect mark on the line for trainer Brad Cox, currently 6-5. Stay with us.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
I'm Janice Dean, and here is your Fox Weather risk of weather impact forecast for today's Kentucky Oaks. Unfortunately, I wish I had better news, but we are expecting rain in the forecast and maybe thunderstorms for the big race, the Oaks, this afternoon. So make sure you're staying tuned to Fox Weather and tomorrow's forecast for the 151st Kentucky Derby. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, you can check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Well, good weather news through today to get this card in without rain, hopefully through the Oaks.
Yeah, it's possible that it could rain by Oaks time. It's not sure. Tomorrow's not looking good overnight, but it is what it is.
You can get a $30 bonus on Naira Bets on Kentucky Oaks Day by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $150 each on Belmont at the Big A and Churchill today. You get that $30 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Again, right there, NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
I did it. That's how easy it is.
Well done.
Yeah. I felt a sense of accomplishment.
So you have at least one win on the card today, then?
Well, I haven't decided how much I'm betting at Churchill, but I'll probably bet that much money. I mean, I made a little double here with Locked over Fierceness.
Favorite kicks off the card here in New York. It's Kendrick Carmouche and Rob Atras for David Radliff.
6-5, and Keisha won like a 6-5 shot should.
Yep, once she got the room, that was it. Just a bit better than what she faced.
We move on to the second, and we will stretch out a touch to 1 1/8. 2 turns, 4-year-olds and up. In this $25,000 claiming race, right now it's Peak favored for Linda Rice. Put together 2 really good efforts back to back, and then sort of went backwards last start. What happened?
I don't know, and the problem is, claim for 62.5. It seemed like a decent claim for Linda. Then the horse runs badly last time, and now a sudden drop to 25,000. Now Linda is pretty good with her numbers, with horses making significant drops. But I think you still have to be concerned about the drop.
I think you bring up a really good point with the big drop in class. Now, it was an oddly run race last time out where Peak actually broke on top and then kind of dropped back. And Otello, who won the race, was off the pace and kind of dragged Dylan Davis up to the lead. So there was a lot of changes. And then once those positions were established, there was no kind of running on. So I'd be willing to give Peak a pass for that. I do agree about the drop in class. However, he's one of the most convincing in this group to know he can get the distance.
And also, between the 2, 4, and 5, there seems to be a lot of speed, and he doesn't have to be engaged in that. He's also likely to be about even money by post time.
Set your timers. We're only about 4.5 hours away from the Kentucky Oaks.
I tell you what, it seems if you're there, it doesn't seem like anything over 4 hours.
A look at the field and the odds. Good Cheer, that perfect record, makes her the favorite. She was at one point as low as even money. She's right at that 6-5 morning line right now. What do you think? Does she deserve to be 6-5?
No, she doesn't. And I don't know how you can look at this race and think she has some sort of demonstrative edge like a horse should have when they're 6-5. She may win this race.
Yeah.
She may be the horse to beat in here. But I think she's a 5-2 shot, not a 6-5 shot.
I know that you look at her form, 6 for 6, undefeated, coming in off of another effort. She prepped in her last couple of races at the fairgrounds. She's 3 for 3 at Churchill. Those things kind of grab attention. Now, that being said, I think that there are a lot of other intriguing ways to go. Now, yes, like Andy said, could she potentially be the best of this crop at this stage? Possibly, but I think there's other horses that have plenty of merit that are going to be far bigger prices as a result.
At least the positive of that last start, she did improve a little bit, took a jump forward.
She did.
I don't think anybody's going to tell you they don't think that she can win this race and that she's probably the horse to beat. But 6-5 shots in 13-horse fields are supposed to have demonstrative edges, especially ones that drew outside posts, though there are some people that like outside posts in this race. The 3 people up here aren't among them. And I'm guessing the MIG's not thrilled with it either.
Well, Good Cheer as we bring in Richie Migliori, had met Quiet Side, who looked fantastic, obviously winning that final prep for the Oaks out there in Hot Springs. And Quiet Side has become a different filly since they met.
Yeah, and one thing you got to really appreciate and admire about Quiet Side is just her consistency, right? She's 7 starts. She's never been worse than third. She's just honest, shows up. Now, she didn't get the best of the draw, obviously, 14. And some people say, well, in the Derby, you know, people were happy with outside posts. Well, they got another 1/8 of a mile to work with where they break at the 8th pole in the Oaks and less time to sort things out. Now, Quiet Side does have natural speed, so she should be forward. You know, the connections of Lacara have been saying they're going to the lead, and there's some other speed in here as well. But if she can get away cleanly and set up shop and not be more than, you know, 3-4 wide in the first turn, she'll give herself an opportunity. I just love how consistent she is. I like my people the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking, and she embodies all that. But a horse that I think Maggie might have a little bit of interest in as well is one that I'm a little bit high on in Ballerina d'Oro.
Yeah, she's not in my top 3, Richie, but she is a filly that I've gotten the opportunity to see throughout this campaign, even going back to finishing 2nd and posting her highest buyer, at least, in that Demoiselle as a 2-year-old. And she came back. She ran well enough in the Devona Dale, though a 1-turn mile much too short for her. She wants every bit of the 9 furlongs. I almost wish this Kentucky Oaks was the distance of the Derby in 1.25 miles, because I think she should really relish it. But Richie also brought up a good point in that there is speed in here, even with the defection of 5G. You have Lacara, you have Quiet Side, you have Tenma, you have several others in here that are going to be forward, and it's only going to make Ballerina d'Oro's job that much easier. And if anything, I think even going back to Wood Day, Greg, you wanted to be forward at least in that on that racetrack, and she was kind of able to gut it out and overcome that a bit. So definitely getting some extra credit points. She's one that is definitely formidable in this Oaks.
A lot of these New Yorkers here high on Ballerina d'Oro's chances. We'll see obviously that big effort back when she was a 2-year-old, and that's the kind of running style we're going to see from her again.
Yeah, and I don't agree with Maggie. I mean, people look at things differently. I don't believe you want to be forward on Wood Day. I don't think there's any great evidence of that. But that's, listen, we have different opinions. It's fine. The thing that I like about Ballerina d'Oro is because of the nature of the last race with no pace, Dylan had to ride her hard for position. Mm-hmm. And for deep closers, that takes away their closing kick and puts them in different situations. Still won, albeit in a slow race, there's no doubt. I'm just hopeful, and I agree with what Maggie said. I think there's a lot more tertiary speeds in this race. I'm hoping it's an honest to solid pace in here, and maybe she can get back and improve a little on that race last year in the Demoiselle.
Yes, she certainly could. Now, she is one of those, I think, horses that runs best when she's able to make that big closing kick and big closing run. She's one horse that we've seen kind of leaning in, lugging in a little bit in the stretches of her races, but watching her in training, she's been straight and true, and I'm sure that that's something that Connections have addressed and focused on leading into this Kentucky Oaks. She might be improving at the right time.
Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen looked like he had his first ever Derby a couple of years ago, and a horse who got in at the very last minute, 81-1 shot, second biggest upset in Derby history. Came and nailed Epicenter. Is this the year? He's got a maiden, and he's got the Louisiana Derby winner right next to each other in the starting gate. Stay with us.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Betts. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Betts. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBetts.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Second day of this meet, and it's peak. Sundays with Sandy, and then Andy thought Celestial Moon with a big chance in here as well.
I thought Celestial. I was looking for an alternative. I don't want the speeds. I have no argument that Peak is the worst to beat. I just don't like these kind of drop downs at short prices. Celestial Moon has to find that form from late last year. If he can win. If he doesn't, he's not going to be effective. I don't mind taking a shot at a bit of a price as an alternative.
7 minutes away from this second. We'll get back to it with the post parade momentarily. We go to Hot Springs and race 2, maiden special weight. 2-turn mile, there we go. Fillies and mares, 3 and up on this wet track. And Lady of Silence, Norm Cassie from the rail, the 8-5 current favorite. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, and we'll start right there, Greg. Lady of Silence, good inside draw. Remember, this is a race that starts and ends at the 16th pole, 1 mile races, so a short stretch. And she's just going to have the ability to save ground. And she's been showing good speed, being forward sprinting. So you got to think that's going to translate to her being very forward, especially stretching out to the 1 mile distance. Norm Cassie's had a good meet here. He's having a good year, 22% on the year so far. And this is a filly that went for $450,000 for the Leblongs. Is a lot to like. I mean, obviously, guys, we had a lot of rain here overnight and some really big thunderstorms this morning, so the track is sloppy. There's a seal on it, but there's so much standing water. They're getting down through it pretty good. The 3, Lan Fantastica, has had 9 tries. This is her 10th start. A little bit more of a closing type. We did see your favorite Money Game come from off the pace. Now, he was very logical. We'll see as the day goes on, but this track's been playing pretty fair here at Oaklawn, even when the track is off, and I don't think that we're going to have any of a different kind of racetrack today. But La Fantastica's best race was at a mile here in the mud at Oaklawn, and I don't always put a lot of stock in the horses that handle wet tracks, that they handle wet tracks everywhere. Every jurisdiction, their tracks are different when they're wet. That's why it's so good now that the NYRA tracks are more uniform as far as their composition. But La Fantastica did run her best race going a mile here and off going. And then the 5-horse Sweet 443, Francisco Arrieta, stretching out now. She did try going longer on the turf, but now she gets to the dirt, and maybe it's the Goldilocks effect just right. And Christian Torres, he's not going quietly into that good night, although it's going to be a tough job for him to overhaul Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, even though he won that opener, Mig, thanks. As we mentioned earlier, 2 of his biggest mounts on this card today scratch. So even though he's just 1 back, won't be riding Saturday, loses a couple of key chances later in the card.
Yeah. You know, it's sort of like that conversation about Steve Asmussen never winning a Derby. I'm sure he'd love to win a Derby. He still has the most wins of any trainer ever, and his career won't be judged not winning a Derby. Both of these riders have ridden extremely well at this meet, and they should be proud of the riding job they did.
Mig had brought up this story a month or 2 ago when Francisco Arrieta got on that incredible hot streak. He was thinking of quitting and taking a sabbatical from the game. He's winding up now. He's in the lead as this incredible hot streak.
He came out of nowhere.
He does not have an agent after this meet going forward, which is incredible.
I imagine he could get one, and a decent one, if he'd like going forward. He's a good rider.
He is.
Lady of Silence, 3-2 favorite. 2 sprints stretching out to a mile for Norm Cassie. The one to beat with Ricardo Santana Jr. on board. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
The outside post, Miss World Peace. Miss World Peace coming up to complete the line of 7. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Smooth beginning for all. Lady of Silence from the inside, right to the lead right away. La Fantastica second, Nana Grace third with Don't Look Back, and Miss World Peace, who's going to be parked deep as they go into the first turn run. Don't Look Back has to take back a little bit here and runs a joint third around the clubhouse turn. Sweet 4-4-3 is running in the 6th position, 4 off the pace, a gap of 6 to Kentucky Starlet, who's outrun early. Approaching the backstretch, Lady of Silence, Ricardo Santana Jr. on the lead, a length in front of Miss World Peace, who's second right behind. La Fantastica runs in third, then the pair of Nana Grace and Don't Look Back, who's outside of her. Sweet 4-4-3, 4 lengths off the lead in the pink jacket, still 5 ahead of Kentucky Starlet as they're about halfway home now. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Lady of Silence strides clear with the ears pricked. Lady of Silence by 2 as they approach the far turn run. Miss World Peace shown more rain to get up as they go into the far turn. La Fantastica is third going into that turn. A gap of 2 to Don't Look Back has come under pressure. Sweet 4-4-3 is moving up on the inside of horses here. Level 4th and trying to get up into 3rd and 2nd soon. Sweet 4-4-3 as the round the far turn. She's making her move as they come to the top of the lane. Lady of Silence, a length and a half in front of La Fantastica. Sweet 4-4-3 angling outside for a rally. Miss World Peace is giving way. The others out of it as they come down the lane. Lady of Silence, she's got plenty for the final furlong here as she accelerates. Opens up 3 when the reins were shaken at her. And Lady of Silence, the daughter of Munning, strolling in the slop, a 4-length win in the end to break the maiden. La Fantastica was second. Sweet 4-4-3 holds third. Nana Grace was 4th.
Lady of Silence with the win. 2 sprints stretch out to the mile with a victory. Of course, Santana Jr. with a big one to come later today. Skelly back in action, one of the fastest sprinters in the game as we get you back to New York for the post parade. Race 2 and then the remaining half of the entry here. Celestial Moon.
He's got back races. I'm hoping he can find them today. My top pick.
Outside post, inside post, the rail to Sundays with Sandy.
Did win 2 starts back, might face a bit tougher today, but see if he can appreciate the stretch out.
Peak with the big drop in class.
Can be forward, but there's plenty of speed in here. I just don't trust the drop.
The King Cheek at 6-1.
And you know Christopher Elliott's going with this horse.
Here's Life and Light at 30-1.
Tough to recommend, but if you start to sift through the past performances at the proper level, has handled the 9 furlongs before.
And good see pace with Castle Island here, 4-1, Javier Castellano.
He's another of the early speeds. He was not able to sustain it at all last time out.
Minute to post. In this second, there is the even money favorite, this big drop in class. What do you see, Maggie?
Yeah, well, last time I saw, Greg, a horse that just kind of looked as though he sulked when he did not get forward position. And you saw Jose Lezcano kind of unsure of what to do with him. Now, there's several other speed horses in this affair, though, so that's not really making his job that much easier. He did give him quite a big warm-up. And, too, last time it was kind of like he just took the old anchor out once he realized he wasn't going to get any piece of that. So now, hence the drop in class. Look, looking at him, I can't really fault him. I don't love that race, and that intangible that Andy brought up, the big drop down off of a poor effort never gives one that much confidence. But let's take a look here at number 5, a horse that has speed, the King Cheek. I do think he is a better horse around 2 turns. It will be the first time that he gets to do so here at NYRA, as he does drop out of those second level other than 4 New York breds, and he looks good here for Juan Carlos Guerrero. I like what I'm seeing for him. I just don't know with the presence of other speeds if his job's going to get easier, but I do think this is the right distance. But I'm going to go with the 1A in here as well. Celestial Moon, he was totally outrun going the 1 turn last time off the back of a bit of a freshening. I think this is an easier spot for him. He looks great physically, and what I really liked most, Greg, is the way he warmed up. He was just floating over the surface, and I do think he gets the right kind of setup today.
Maggie, thank you. 6-5. That is a massive drop down off a disappointing performance for this favorite.
Claimed this horse for 62.5 in October. Got a couple of good efforts against tougher fields. Looked like a great claim for Linda, and suddenly it isn't. So you got to ask yourself if you can trust this horse at this price. I don't. I think he's the horse to beat. I just can't take him at a short price in this circumstance.
I think trust is a strong word on Peak as well, but he is a horse that has shown an affinity for the distance. He is a horse that has been able to, as mentioned, be forwardly placed. I do wonder what he will do. I think Maggie brings up a really interesting point about him not getting the lead last time out, so we'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull in here, because there is plenty of speed to his outside as well.
Yeah, we've lost our ability to see what's happening on the racetrack here.
Right, we've lost our top feed and we've lost our bottom feed.
So race 2 starts this pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
A few horses were in the gate, have now been backed out. Post time for today's second, but horses have been backed out of the starting gate.
So we may be in a holding pattern here. We've lost power. It looks like the infield tote board out as well. So obviously a power issue happening here. Our entire trucks took a hit. We've lost our feed as we try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and with the infield board out right now, we're hoping that you all can see at home, but with the track protocols here in America, if there is no camera working, they cannot run the race, especially for the stewards to be able to see and be able to see what the race is, what's happening within the running of the race. So they have backed the horses out from the starting gate from where we can see in our vantage point on the 3rd floor.
All right, so we will, I think wait to get things back up and operational
Seems
here.
like we have cameras back. We had cameras back for a second. Yeah, they had them because we were looking at the track feed and that was up. I don't know what's going on, but that's a good sign.
All right, hopefully we get this sorted out very quickly here and we can get back to business. But again, slight delay here with what's happening with our feed. We still have that grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay to come. Early
seeing
graded
track
stakes
feed
action.
now. We're seeing a feed now. The horse is behind the gate. Not sure why the rider's getting off, because if we have feed, we can go.
Well, it looks like they're all jumping off right now behind the starting gate. So again, I guess to just relieve some of the weight off the back of the horses, keep it all even. Basically, if one jumps off, then they will all jump off in order to keep the even amount of weight that the horses are carrying leading up to the starting gate.
Yeah, I would think, with that, we're going to see a at least fairly significant delay here for the moment.
No,
with
I
all
don't.
the riders
I mean,
coming off.
Well, no, because the odds just came back up, so I imagine the TVs are working. I think what Kate said is true. Doesn't mean they can't get right back on.
Right. But as of now, they're all off.
Right.
All right, so for now, jockeys will wait, perched up on the fence as we await to kick off this pick 4.
And in this situation, they're getting their communications from the outriders and from the starting gate crew. They're kind of as blind to what's going on as we are now, too. So if they're told that there's a delay, then they will jump off in that situation.
Right, but we know that the cameras are working now, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. Tote's not up? Okay. Does Tote need to be up?
So anything else going on today? A little race over at Churchill.
All right, so we will hold off here at the moment. Obviously Oaks Day happening, big showdown happening there as well. It's not just, the big race today and tomorrow. Both these undercards loaded with superstars. There's a big one coming up here in a moment.
Yeah,
for those
Locked
that follow
and
this sport,
Locked
the
and
older horse division.
Sorry, Locked and Fierceness are facing off in a few minutes at Churchill Downs. I prefer Locked. How about you guys?
I like Locked as well, mostly. And obviously, this is not saying anything about Fierceness's readiness, because originally Fierceness was supposed to come back this Sunday here in New York. owner decision to want to run Kentucky Derby weekend instead, which I understand, but I know that Todd Pletcher wanted to keep the two separate and had chosen this race, the Alysheba, initially for Locked.
I'm also interested to see how the race plays out because you've got Hall of Fame inside of Fierceness with speed. You've got Most Wanted, even this is Uskar with speed. So Fierceness could find himself in a somewhat uncomfortable position, something he's never been happy with in the past.
We're going to take a timeout, still in a holding pattern here before kicking off this Pick 4. Hopefully back online when we return with Race 2. Stay with us.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Still in this holding pattern with the hit we took, power hit, that still has the infield tote board out. A lot of our cameras as well. And hopefully we're back to business here momentarily, but no sign of anyone getting back on horses or into the gate just yet.
Yes, and I'm pretty certain, and we don't know exactly which cameras took a hit, is we are able to have, at least from our show feed, a certain viewpoint, but obviously the infield board out and several cameras out, but I'm pretty certain that you cannot run the race unless all the cameras are operational. The stewards in particular have their cameras and have all their views of the race.
Should mention that Fierceness just won down at Churchill Downs. Locked was a complete and total no-show, and Fierceness gutted out a win.
Be interesting to see what happens moving forward with the older horse division. We'd seen some big performances from Locke, a disappointing effort today, but Fierceness back, and he was able to get the trip that he does prefer, Andy, but will be interesting to see as the older horse division is far stronger this year than it was last year.
It is. Don't know what went wrong with Locked, who really was bad in the race. Fierceness, you're right. He let the others go. He got him outside. He got him out in the clear, and that's where he wants to be. But his attractability is certainly working to his advantage. Has no idea what's going on here. But wait, we just got other cameras up. Wait.
Still no infield board, though, unfortunately.
Right.
So a little bit of rest for these riders here. This is unfortunate.
It's a frustrating situation because you feel like you have no control over what's going on because you don't. Things are getting better, so we're hopeful that we're getting closer.
What do you want to talk about in the meantime, Greg?
Movies.
So we'll get to we'll get to the Sheep's Head Bay coming up
Talk
in a
about
moment.
the Kentucky Oaks. Want to talk about the Oaks?
Okay, we
I
can
don't
do
know.
that.
I mean, you got a better idea?
When we last checked in, Good Cheer was what, 6-5 on the board? What we talked about her record going in, and all those W's, going to get over bet. What do you think she will wind up being at when the gates open?
I don't think she's going to deviate from her current 6-5 that much. I know sometimes they say, there's only like 300,000 in the pool and there's going to be 10 million. They don't usually change that much. I think she's going to stay short.
I think the early odds are a good indication. I agree. I do think that she is going to be a short favorite in here. And look, maybe she's going to win. I think that that's not necessarily the argument that we're making, that she can't win. It's just that she's not so much better than her competition, given what the odds would show. If you're just looking at the odds, it's saying she's way above what she faces.
I agree. When you're 6-5 in a race like this, you're supposed to have sort of superior PPs. She does not. But people really get seduced by undefeated horses.
Would you make the argument? Is this fair to say? I mean, there's a better reasoning for journalism to be that price than her.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, a bigger field, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, he kind of towers over the field, to be honest, when he runs his good races. Maybe a little less so with Baeza getting in the race, but I agree. He has a much bigger edge than she does. That's a good point.
Journalism will go as the favorite on Derby Day. We don't know yet in terms of how much weather we're going to get overnight. In terms of the rain, it's supposed to come sometime in the evening, hopefully after this card today on Oaks Day. He's been brilliant, though, in his 2 starts back as a 3-year-old for Michael McCarthy.
He has been, and while he did have a little bit of trouble, I know that you can kind of look and say, well, he had traffic trouble in a 5-horse field in the Santa Anita Derby, running up on heels a bit, especially into that first turn. And yes, maybe that was a bit of a question. How is he going to handle a bigger field? However, I was actually a little bit encouraged by the fact that he was able to overcome some adversity, because sometimes when you have shorter fields, that's a little bit of the question. Who did they beat? Were they able to overcome any adversity? Did they show any tenacity? He showed he could overcome it. I think he is a very well-rounded and worthy favorite coming into the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he's not a favorite I'm trying to beat. I've been impressed by him. He's also in that group of horses that aren't necessarily pace dependent. If the pace develops quickly, then he'll be fine. But if they're not going as fast as perhaps some of the deeper closers need, then he also will be fine because he'll put himself in position. I like a horse like that just doesn't figure to be compromised. People talk about Umberto Rispoli. I don't understand what the problem with him as a rider. The guy seems like a terrific rider to me because he hasn't won a Derby. Well, Sonny Leone gave a tremendous ride in the Derby. Calvin Burrell won 3 Derbies. I'll trust in Roberto Rispoli.
I think it'll be fine. I think no matter who's on board, you want to be on the best horse. But yeah, he's an extremely capable rider.
And trust in his trainer, who's brought the horse along and has opted to stay with the rider that's been with him throughout.
And if you're not familiar with Michael McCarthy, who worked for Todd Pletcher for years, he trained City of Light. You could make the argument should have been Horse of the Year.
Yeah.
Frankly, that year over Accelerate. He beat him at Oaklawn during the year. Then he beat him again in the Pegasus.
Yeah.
But he also beat him during the year. And he had 1 loss up in Saratoga where he got less than a special ride, probably one of the lesser good rides that Irad Ortiz has ever given in a Grade 1. A big 5-wide trip and Whitmore scooting up the rail. Michael's an excellent trainer. I don't know how anybody could look and say, who's this guy? I'm not going to bet this horse because of him. If you're doing that, you're just wrong.
All this talk about journalism, how good he is, what a formidable favorite he is. But some of the big news, too, Baeza getting in, who gave him all he could handle. And his first time going a mile and 1/8, who's still relatively lightly raced for John Sheriffs. He draws in, he gets that far outside post.
Yeah, and not only is Baeza a talented horse, but if you're not familiar with the pedigree, he is the half-brother to both Kentucky Derby winner Mage and Belmont Stakes winner Dornick. Those 2 were full brothers, so Baeza a half to the 2 of them. But I think no matter what, just absolutely incredible for that family and the pedigree to see a Kentucky Derby starter 3 years in a row.
And I think we're seeing the riders getting ready to get back on. The infield boards seem to be coming up. I know the TV's up, the rider's coming on, so.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody for their patience.
And thanks to the crew in the truck, by the way, and the
100%.
people here that put in the work to get these things up. When you consider what has it been since the race was supposed to go, about 15 minutes, about 14 minutes, it's a pretty solid job.
Yeah.
So thanks to everybody that worked so hard to get that to happen.
All right, so riders back up as we get set for the start of this pick 4 coming up. Strange situation. We've had a few of them in the last couple of months here in New York.
I only blame you a little bit, Greg. I'm not saying it's all your fault.
I'll
But a
take-
little bit.
I'll take some of the blame.
Actually, things were going fine until Acacia got back to town. I didn't want to make a
That's
big
not
deal about it, but
nice.
listen, it's the truth. I didn't, the truth hurts.
Am I the common denominator?
I'm just pointing it out. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just laying it out there.
I'll be honest. You
Could
see
be anything.
it shows you how much we rely on people behind the scenes. All the mounds of equipment we have. I'm actually shocked this does not happen more often.
Right. The
so
surprising thing is
kudos
these
to
things
them
don't
and the
happen
job that they do.
on a daily basis, to be honest. I agree.
The number of hours of show we do with the crew and the equipment that is there is really just incredible.
A lot of duct tape. Holding those important
lying.
wires together. Peak, 7-5 favorite, the 3. Big drop in class for Linda Rice. We're set, finally. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Celestial Moon. I'm looking at a monitor up here. Be watching the race as well. We'll see from a graphic standpoint. We're all set for race 2. And they're off. The King Cheek breaks well. It's the King Cheek who's got a nose advantage, but sprints there with Castle Island, and those two will hook up here in the early stages and take that first turn together. Right in behind them, Sundays with Sandy is going to track right in behind them as a little keen, now well settled, as a pace duel emerges up front. Back there in fourth is going to be Peak, is now in the trailing group with Life and Light, and the trailer, Celestial Moon. Posted opening quarter there, 23.32, not seen on your screens, but 23.32 for the opening quarter mile for the King Cheek. And Christopher Elliott winging up there is now 4.5 lengths clear. Castle Island is towards the inside, is in the yellow cap, is now a shared second with a pink cap of Sundays with Sandy. They're second and third and moving in closer as the King Cheek is trying to slow things down, and that's the top trio as they approach a half mile left to go. Celestial Moon is at a last, is now taken fourth, is sprinting after the leaders, and the 2 at the back, Peak with Life and Light. Less than a half mile to go, and the half mile time was 47.17 for that posted half mile time here, and they're well into the turn, and Castle Island is in front. Sundays with Sandy is fully in pursuit. The gray is all in here towards the outside. The King Cheek is losing ground, is back to third. Celestial Moon is making hard work of it, trying to catch the leader, but the leader is strong. Castle Island now turns them for home, and Castle Island is trying to sprint away. Sundays with Sandy has not given up the pursuit, and Celestial Moon is grinding away, but is making up some ground as Castle Island approaches a final furlong. 111.28 for 3/4 of a mile. They got the mile in 137 flat. They've got a 16th left to go, and it's Castle Island. Javier Castellano, they get the victory. Peak rallies on from far out of it. It's in a photo there with Sundays with Sandy. Celestial Moon finished fourth. Final running time posted 1 minute 50.76 seconds.
Castle Island wins for the 4th time, 14 career starts, goes off at 5-1.
Very fast pace in this race, and really at the end of the day, one horse ran. It was Castle Island. The others did not. My 1A had a perfect trip. Peak looked like he wasn't running at all, but the race just collapsed at the end. He got up by looks like a nose per second over the number 2. So Sandy was not a good horse, not as good a horse as he has to chase.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yes, Peak was able to maybe run on a bit late, but I think by tired foes. But Castle Island, no doubt about it, he was the one that really ran the best race in here. And he ran back to that effort that he showed 2 starts back, where he won by open lengths and was able to do that again today and make amends for the poor last out effort. Speaking of City of Light, a son of City of Light.
It's bizarre that this horse was a bigger price than this 2 and 5. Of the 3, didn't he seem like the best of them? I thought so, but I just didn't. I just like the 1A. It was terrible.
Castle Island off to claim. Gustavo Rodriguez. Javi. 5-1 here. 4-3-2-1-8. Pick 4 underway with an upset. Prices when we come back. And we'll get to the Grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay Marathon on the Lawn for Fillies and Mares next.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back on our Friday coverage, live look at Hot Springs, Arkansas here on America's Day at the Races as we get set for race 3 coming up. 6 furlongs here in this condition $10,000 claiming race. Fillies Mares, who have not won 2 since December the 31st. As we go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I mean, it's obviously a pretty competitive race. I always have a hard time betting or picking short price horses in races like this. But that being said, the one Trafalgar Shore, who is your second choice right now at 8-5, part of an entry, I would prefer Trafalgar Shore out of the two. Just makes a nice impression. Again, short prices in lower level races, I think is a dubious proposition. She looks terrific. I'm a little interested in the 2, My Maybelline. Love the way she warmed up. Ingrid Mason's horses catch my eye consistently. They just are so well turned out. They look good. 9-1. Ramon Vasquez has put together a real nice meet here as well. It's a horse that's never competed on an off surface against mud for the first time. I think the key is if she can at least get some position. Last time, absolutely no speed whatsoever here at Oaklawn Park in this same condition. So hopefully maybe she'll be a little bit sharper today at a bigger price. And then the 4, who has actually now tipped down to your second choice, Birdie's Cause at 8-5. I prefer her out of the 2 favorites. A mare that's been consistent. She's only had 14 runs, even as a 6-year-old, but she's won 5. And she has won a race in off-going. And maybe she's just a little bit better posted being outside the 1, Trafalgar Shore.
All right, Mig, thank you. 7-5 on the entry in here. Let's get back to New York. Castle Island, 5-1 upset in race 2. Again, Javier Castellano for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Easy winner of this race, no problem rating. They were moving up front. She stalked, he pounced. He was much the best occasion.
He really was. He ran back to that race 2 starts back where he was very impressive. Kind of picking up the pieces past Tired late, just up for second.
Grade 3, Sheep's Head Bay up next. Mile 3/8 on the lawn. Fillies Mares 4 and up, and odds on right now on, wow, La Mejana taking early money. Beach Bomb, though, trying to win 3 graded stakes in a row for Grand Motion.
And she does have the speed edge. And Andy, I believe you said looking at the doubles and pick 3s, Beach Bomb is the favorite moving forward. But this is a horse, and since they used her early speed and put her on the front end, she's been able to win back-to-back stakes. We'll see how the trips you play out today, as La Mejana has not had advantageous ones down at Gulfstream Park lately.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if they're going to be a little bit more aggressive with the number 3 horse in this race. What Love looks like is she can't beat her stalking her. So why not change your tactic and try to beat her on the front end? And I don't know what to say about the one coming in from Europe, and I never trust these horses to break, but I wonder if that horse could be a little forward as well. I don't think La Mejana should be 3-5, and as you pointed out, she probably won't be favored, but I still think she's going to be very tough here.
Post time coming up for this third. And even money, very short price on this entry.
That's kind of weird, right? I thought the 4 was the horse to beat in here. Which one are they like in the entry?
I'm guessing that with the entry, you do have the complementary running styles, as you have Trafalgar Shore, who has some natural early speed, and then the 1A backed by Gold, who's a little bit of a deeper closer, but we'll see.
I wonder if they're looking at the fact that the 1A is 3 for 4 with a second on a wet track. But having said that, you got one was a good Harrow track, doesn't really count. And this horse is actually running slower races on wet tracks than fast tracks. I think they've got the wrong favorite. I think the 4 should be favored.
That's Birdie's Cause. Francisco Arrieta, leading rider, barely right now will be aboard. And with more on his situation, which we just told you a little bit about with an update, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I've gotten friendly with several of the riders here, and Francisco Arrieta in particular. And I was asking him what his plans were for after this Oaklawn meeting. And he said he was going to take a little time off. He was a little beat up, a little tired. Now, Matt Musiker, who represents Tyler Gaffleone, unfortunately Tyler Gaffleone recovering from injury right now, was also taking a little bit of a break. So I wound up talking to Matt, talking to Francisco, and I put them together. So they're going to take a break through the Churchill Downs meeting, but we'll certainly, start at the Ellis Park meeting. Tyler should be back by then, and Matt is going to represent Francisco as well as Tyler at the Ellis Park meeting. So I think it's a really good thing, particularly for Francisco, to get somebody of the caliber of Matt Musiker to represent him.
So that's good news. We're going to see him at Ellis coming up as this tremendous meet coming to a close for him. There he is on the 4. Arrieta on Birdie's Cause. Major player in this spot. We're set for the third. Let's go to Matt Ditterman.
We're ready to go. And Laroff, backed by Gold, wins the start. Broke very alertly today, but a number of runners are coming up to challenge. One of them is the stablemate, Trafalgar Shore, has a head in front of She's Storming. And backed by Gold, who's 3 deep, not far off now. Shouted out in the 4th position. Then My Maybelline, Kankton's Cowgirl on the green, caught deep down the backstretch run. Birdie's Cause, a joint second to last now with My Maybelline. They're running 4 lengths off the lead and a gap of 1.5 or 2 to Lady Astrid, who can see them all as they go into the far turn. On the inside, Trafalgar Shore, neck in front of She's Storming. Backed by Gold, got a breather and comes on in the 3 path, makes a move to the lead. Kankton's Cowgirl follows her with an early move, and she's 4 wide while sent along. There's a space of 3 to Shout It Out, sent along while backpedaling. On the outside, Birdie's Cause is rolling now. She's within 3 lengths of the lead, launching a rally as they come down the lane. She's Storming is past Trafalgar Shore, backed by Gold, comes on the scene to challenge. She's Storming on the front end, and Birdie's Cause continues to make up ground. Lady Astrid following her move. Birdie's Cause on the grandstand side, gradually wearing down, backed by Golden with a 16th to go. Birdie's Cause has taken a short lead. Birdie's Cause to the winner's circle. Backed by Gold was 2nd. Lady Astrid 3rd. She's Storming 4th.
So an early win on the card to open things up from Christian Torres. Francisco Arrieta answers his lead back up to 2. It's Birdie's Cause from off the pace.
And no surprise that this horse ended up going off as the favorite in Irrication. She ends up even money, and she got some contentious pace to close into it, just ground him down.
She did. She
Barely.
just kept running on the outside, but I thought on paper she looked like the right horse, and she did go back to being the favorite, able to run down the 1A backed by Gold, who actually hung on there pretty strong.
Grade 3, Sheepshead Bay. When we come back, La Mejana, an even money favorite over Beach Bomb, who's put together back-to-back graded stakes wins. Well, the post parade for the Sheepshead Bay next.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cat, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back in our Friday coverage, sun shining down here at South Ozone Park, New York. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 in the Grade 3. Sheepshead Bay up next. Fillies Mares 4 up at 1 mile 3/8. There is one of a pair of runners for Christophe Clement State's debut for Belleza coming up. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and that's where we'll begin with the European import. Coming by way of Ireland, down on the rail is Belleza, as she is one that when I went back and watched her last effort, albeit on the synthetic surface there at Dundalk, you know, she settled beautifully. She broke well enough, and then she settled beautifully. She didn't pull at all. And, you know, that's the kind of attributes that you want for a horse that tends to run and be successful at these long distance races on the turf. But she came in here like a bull in the china shop. She is pretty wound up for her stateside debut. She's gorgeous. I mean, if she wasn't this wound up, I'd probably be picking her because she's big, she's robust, she's everything I like in a horse, especially a 4-year-old filly physically. But I just think she's a little over the top here for this debut. So we'll see how she does as we'll move on to number 4, Beach Bomb. I don't know what Grand Motion has or what his connections are in South Africa, but he does pretty darn well with his South African imports as they've kind of figured this filly out, Beach Bomb, in that she wants to go to the lead. She wants to be freewheeling out there. So she's shown that she can get the lead over several of the others in here in their meetings down in South Florida. She's a bit of a smaller, handier type. She does wear this hood here in the paddock, but it's doing its job. She is really reserved, well within herself, looks fantastic having spent the winter down in Florida, in her coat, in her flesh. So all things looking good for your likely pace setter in here, Greg, Beach Bomb.
Yeah, including The price right now, we'll see. Well, right close to her 2-1 morning line. As we go back to her grade 3 Orchid at Gulfstream, can she transfer that South Florida form here to New York?
Well, they're very different turf courses, Acacia. You know, this is a more fair course. That course could be very, very good for speed horses, but it's not, though. She didn't run solid races before going to Florida.
No, absolutely. She'd run well, but they changed her tactics and as far as the dynamics were concerned, and she went on the lead, which especially on that turf course down at Gulfstream Park is a huge advantage. Now, speed is always an advantage, and it has worked out well for her. But yeah, Maggie brings up an interesting conversation. Now we are able to see horses from South Africa. It used to be to ship them over here, you were not able to. And now that things are more open, well, I should say it was a complete nightmare. So now there's a bit more flexibility as far as the quarantine and the timing, because it takes a long time to get horses over here from South Africa. And in particular, one of Graham's big owners in Newstead Farm has had horses from South Africa with Mike DeCock and coming here stateside that have done well. And that's actually where Flower Alley is right now, too.
Oh, really? I was trying to remember the good filly that came and ran like once or twice, Ippy Tomby. That was quite a while ago. I think that was a team,
fun one.
It's a Team Valor horse, I think.
Yep.
We showed you that Orchid, and Silvology, La Mejana, both were, that was a diminishing margin. Each step, she's going to face both those two again.
It's an interesting conundrum. Silvology actually ran the better race than La Mejana because she was wide. She was 2, 3, 4 wide, making that run, whereas La Mejana basically saved ground. She got a little off the rail in the second turn. But on the other hand, Silvology had that clean outside run, which is exactly what you kind of want in these races. And La Mejana is sort of hemmed in inside. It's just hard to get your momentum on the inside in the same way you can get in the outside. I don't have an answer to which one had the better trip. I think they both had decent trips. I just like the idea of La Mejana in this 5-horse field. She shouldn't get locked in inside, and hopefully she can make her run outside. I just think she's been a little unlucky because of that in her last few starts.
She's been kind of stuck down inside the last couple of races, and as you talked about that turf course at Gulfstream, she was able to work out a trip winning the Via Borghese, but then a couple efforts recently, she's been stuck with just really no room to run until late, but she's been remarkably consistent throughout her career.
We don't know a lot. We don't. Maybe you know more, Acacia, but Beleza, 10-1 right now.
I believe it's Belleza, which means beauty. I could be pronouncing that wrong, but that's what
Come on, Greg.
we've
how
always
do you not know
been
that?
calling her around the
I
barn.
learned that in talking
Okay, thank you for that. But it was more, I was talking about the form.
Yes.
Thank you for that, though.
Absolutely.
What talent-wise, in terms, first of all, 10-1 seems a little ridiculous, but talent-wise,
right?
what do you know about her for the state
She
debut?
certainly has ability. She's been training well, and especially coming in, the goal is to get black type placing, graded stakes quality, especially because she's a homebred from Moyglare Stud, who purchased the mare in Terrific for $1.9 million, and she has a big pedigree as well, have to a couple of graded stakes winners over in
She's
Europe.
a Coolmore horse, I think.
She
isn't
was,
she?
yes.
You know, I mean, to point out with her, she is a listed horse in Europe. She's not a great, really good enough to win group races or even be that competitive in them.
One more time?
Her group.
No, Acacia on the name.
Belleza.
Here we go. Thank you.
It's like the horse running in the Derby.
9-1 right now for Christophe Clement. Here's Silvology, just missed against Beach Bomb.
She ran a good race that day. She's steadily come along. Broker maiden, then an allowance, then graded stakes placed.
What love looks like, Todd Pletcher.
I just think they're supposed to go to the front and hope for the best because rating hasn't worked.
Beach Bomb has now become the favorite at 8-5.
And since they've used her speed, it has paid off for her, winning back-to-back graded stakes down in Florida.
And La Mejana, Christophe Clement, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, I'm just hoping she can make that clean run, and I think it'll be good enough. I'm not worried about the pace one way or the other. She's just a kind of grinded-out distance turf horse, and I love her recent form. I just think she's been unlucky. I like her chances quite a bit today.
If needed, do you believe Beach Bomb can win without the lead?
Well, I have no way of knowing that. It's a reasonable question. I'm guessing, yeah, it seems like she has rallied for win in races over there, so she has come from behind, and she ran credible races without winning in prior races. So but the thing is, I feel as though her edge on La Mejana was being able to control on the front end. So could she win rating? Yes, but I think her edge gets mitigated a little bit if she doesn't get the lead, and that probably helps a horse like La Mayana. And I also think we should talk about Silvology, because isn't Silvology the classic horse that dramatically improved in stretching out in distance? She was sort of a nowhere maiden, not hitting the board, going a mile and an eighth, mile and a 16th. She went to a mile and 3/8 and a mile and a half, and she's been sensational in moving up in stakes company. Now, sometimes with Shug, he gives them time, and they need time to come in their own. But also, we've seen this with Shug before, more distance improves these horses as well, and that certainly seems to be the case with Silvology. Another blame.
Let's go down to Maggie.
Talking about Silvology, and while I think that is the story told by the form, which is very accurate, Andy, I do notice a bit of a change in her. I haven't seen her throughout this winter, and when I observed her in her NYRA races, she was a filly that just always looked a bit heavy and always seemed a bit agitated prior to going out and running her race. She just kind of got herself angry for whatever reason, and just took a real long time to get totally fit. And I'm seeing a totally different filly this time around, and she definitely looks like a turf horse and looks like that turf marathon horse that you come to pair up with these types of runners. That longer frame, real length to her leg. So I think she's a real player in this spot here. I really love the development mentally and physically, and just kind of one of your classic Shug McGaughey horses. Greg?
This is a really interesting point you brought up, that probably this sort of division more than any other, you can see horses that were just not effective against some soft competition and really just kind of flourish going longer on the grass.
It's one of the things I find really interesting about the game, or the subtle changes. Not just a horse is no good in the dirt, goes to the turf, becomes a stakes horse. No good in the turf, becomes a stakes horse in the dirt. But distance. I find distance turf races, because we don't really have enough horses who want to go long in the distance dirt races. You don't have a division, but you have them on the turf. And
particularly with European imports.
Yeah, and it's such a difference, horses going long. And you can have horses like Silvology, who you just feel like she was going a mile and a 16th. You wouldn't really want any part of her in a particularly competitive race. But in these long laces, she really changed and became a much better horse. She's also probably been developing as well.
I think that that's a big piece of it, too. Like I said, when she broke her maiden and then was able to kind of come right back with a big allowance win and then right back with a graded stakes placing, shows that she's trending in the right direction. But it's the old racing adage, right? Distance is the great equalizer.
Yeah. No, I think one of the most challenging things for trainers is figuring out what their horses do best, because success, I know it sounds easy, it sounds simple, but it's not. But you need to run them where they can win, where not just to the level, but in the race that suit them, whether it's surface or distance related. You've got to find the right races and stop trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, which we see kind of often.
7-5 favoritism. Beach Bomb has done it on the front end with back-to-back graded stakes wins. And for the rest of this field, it's a compact field. And I would not think anyone's going to, especially even Beach Bomb with Javier Castellano, open up some sort of huge lead in here. It's not that type of horse. But at the same token, you don't want to let her get away, right?
I wouldn't understand the thinking of not sending What Love Looks Like.
I agree.
Because she tried to stalk Beach Bomb last time, and she was terrible. So if you just do that again, it's kind of like you're conceding the race.
It's going to be the
so
same.
Do something different. Run fifth, run last doing that, but at least change things up a little bit. And she has the speed to be in front. So today, if I'm Jose Lezcano, I'm just going. And if she loses, she loses.
I couldn't agree more.
She's 7-1 in a 5-horse field. She's not expected to win. He can only make good things happen. We expect sort of bad, from a finishing standpoint.
And to be fair, it's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, so why not try something to see if that could pay off?
Well, last time she was in the winner's circle, she was being ridden more aggressively.
Yep.
There's the favorite. Back-to-back graded stakes wins, leading every single step of the way. Javier Castellano taking over for Luis Saez. We're set for the grade 3 Sheepshead Bay, mile and 3/8 on the lawn. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
La Mayana, last to load to the outside. Beach Bomb hesitated just briefly. All set for the Sheepshead Bay. And they're off. Good speed from What Love Looks Like right out to the front. What Love Looks Like A little encouragement, but will secure the front end, is quickly up now by 2. Towards the inside is Belleza, who's traveling nicely there in third. Just got past to the outside here from Beach Bomb, who wants to stalk from second. La Mejana is in fourth as they work around that turn. And the trailer, Silvology, not in any hurry at all. What Love Looks Like is in front. Now gets a little keen and tugs a touch for Jose Lezcano as they are at the top of the lane and going to pass us for the first time. What Love Looks Like is doling out the fractions 26.15 for the opening quarter mile. Right there in second is Beach Bomb, is just stalking this pace setter at the rail. That's Belleza, who's traveling still well enough, is going to save all the ground in the third position with La Mejana watching from fourth. Silvology was just on heels, wants to go forward. It's a very slow tempo, 52.65 for the half-mile time, and they work into the turn now. The leader, What Love Looks Like, setting the tempo, and it's been a moderate one, a slow one here as they get set to work to the backstretch, and What Love Looks Like is now stretching out the margin. Beach Bomb is alone in second. No move yet, still patiently ridden. Jamie Rodriguez on Belleza at the rail, going to save all the ground. La Mejana, Kendrick Harmouche is in the fourth position still. They haven't changed the running order at all through a 1:18 and 4 3/4 mile time. Silvology and Eric Cancel has been running up on heels. She wants to go. She's the trailer, and we'll have to pass them all, and we'll have to pass What Love Looks Like, who's still in front. What Love Looks Like will take him into the far turn one more time, and What Love Looks Like starts the sprint. Beach Bomb is now nibbled out here for Javier Castellano and immediately cuts into the margin. Belleza just waiting for a seam. A lot of horse nowhere to go yet as La Mejana makes it 3 across the course. What Love Looks Like is still there, and What Love Looks Like is a stubborn foe. Beach Bomb is trying to run on by. Belleza now gets the seam down at the rail, is trying to roll on here past the top 2. The leader is Beach Bomb, but look at her stride out. Belleza, indeed. Belleza is now sprinting clear and will win the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. Beach Bomb was second. Looked like Silvology for third. And La Mejana and What Love Looks Like in 2 minutes 18.29 seconds.
How about that for a States debut for the Christophe Clement barn?
Coming up the inside, well done, Jamie Rodriguez, taking advantage of when that rail dropped out there. And look, I mean, this is a weekend when a lot of the top riders from New York are riding on the Oaks and Derby card. He came in from the Mid-Atlantic, got an opportunity, and made the most of it. But this filly broke well, which I think is always a good sign for a stateside debut.
Yeah, no.
She goes off at 10-1.
Yeah.
Sort of weird. We talked about it beforehand. And she gets it done. Disappointing effort from La Mejana, who had absolutely no excuse in here whatsoever.
Didn't really kick on the outside as well. You have to give credit to What Love Looks Like, though. Jose Lezcano was aggressive with her. It didn't pan out, but like to see that she was put on the front end in there. But again, when you see a horse come in from Europe, break well in their stateside debut, she lives up to her name, too. She is pretty beautiful.
So 10-1 upset here in this Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. Back-to-back upsets. We have 5-1, 10-1 here early on in this card. We're about to wrap up our show here.
Torpedo Anna's getting beaten badly at Churchill Downs.
In just a moment. And yeah, that's happening in the La Troyenne over at Churchill Downs. And we'll have all of that to wrap up what's happened. And a look ahead, of course, to the Oaks. Part 2 of our show when we come back. That is at 5 Eastern time on FS2. So a little bit of a break, and then we will see you again for round 2 of our program on Oaks Friday. And again, your Oaks selections.
I like Ballerina Duro.
I'm going to stick with Quiet Side. She has to work out a trip, but I've really liked the way she's progressed.
Take a look at how the odds stand right now for this Oaks later this afternoon. Favorite, Good Cheer, that perfect record on the line, floating up a little bit. 7-5 right now for the undefeated filly. For Brad Cox, Quiet Side at 7-1 from that outside post. Simply Joking, who was just behind her in the fantasy and just the 3rd start of her career. 8-1, taking some money. And La Cara for Mark Casse getting bet as well. We will again be back 5 Eastern for round 2 of our program on FS2. We will see you then. Hope you enjoyed our early action here on the program. Back at 5 Eastern. couple of upsets here early on. Still to come, the Oaks. Later on this evening, can good cheer remain perfect for trainer Brad Cox? We'll see on FS2 at 5 Eastern later tonight.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Fiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
450,000, 350,000, 325,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Horses step on the track for today's fourth race. Race 4, 5 minutes away. Start of the pick 6, scratch the 5. A race 4, 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please on advice of the track veterinarian. Late scratch here in today's fourth race. Number 3, Have a Cigar, is a late scratch. Refunds in the Win Play Show pool. On the 3, Consolation Double, pick 3s. Race 4 is the first leg, beginning of the pick 6. Scratch the 3 in race 4. Approaching the gate for race 4. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's fourth race, start of the pick 6. On this Friday afternoon, late scratch of the 3, there's Palace Boss who goes in. Counter move. Undisputed. Vitalize and Dominican Pirate. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Tightly bunched there at the start. Breaking a little outward was Dominican Pirate. They work out of the chute here, and the leader in between horses comes at the rail. There's Counter Move. It's Counter Move who's in front, and here towards the outside is Undisputed. Undisputed and Counter Move. These are the top 2, and right behind them at the rail is Palace Boss. Dominican Pirate is out in the center of the racetrack, is in 4th. Very tightly bunched once again as they slow down the tempo. The trailer is Vitalized. They work up the backstretch. They're 23 and 4. Opening quarter mile. Now the favorites in front. Counter Move is punched right back at Undisputed, and Undisputed is a half length back in 2nd. At the rail there is Palace Boss looking for a seam, and towards the outside Dominican Pirate. The trailer, Lane Leslie and Vitalize as they start to pick it up from the back end of the field. They've got less than a half mile to go. 46.58 for a half mile time, and Counter Move. Jose Lescano still in command. Undisputed at a big number, has every shot to run this leader down. And moving to the outside is Palace Boss, who's now all in from 3rd. Dominican Pirates lost ground, and Vitalize is out of last, but has a lot of ground to make up as Counter Move approaches the top of the stretch, extends the margin again, hugs the rail and kicks for home. It's Counter Move who's in front. Palace Boss looks like the danger with Undisputed towards the outside. And here comes Palace Boss and Luis Rivera Jr. They're on the move. Undisputed continues to give game chase. Counter Move is in front, but for how long? Palace Boss is now to the outside and pushes on by. It's Palace Boss who will get the victory. Palace Boss, that's your winner. Tight here for 2nd, maybe Undisputed in a photo there with Counter Move. And Vitalize finished 4th in 1 minute 36.46 seconds. Order finish from today's fourth race, 1, 4, 2, 6. First, the 1, Palace Boss. Second, the 4, Undisputed. Third, the 2, Countermove. And fourth, the 6, Vitalize. 1, 4, 2, 6. Winner of today's fourth race, the 1, Palace Boss. He's a 4-year-old. Gelding, bred in New York by Laban, out of Queen Victoria. Winning owners, Dragon Slayer Stable. Winning trainer, Horacio De Paz. The winning jockey, Luis Rivera Jr. Homebred, Palace Boss. Bred in New York by the owners, Dragon Slayer Stable. Race 4 official, the $1 exacta won for $45 even. The double, $43.75, and Constellation double won $3,940. Quinella $25.50, trifecta $43.62, and the superfecta $99. Pick 3, 411, $151.50. Constellation pick 3, 413, $29. Race 5 is 29 minutes away. 6 furlongs outer turf. Race 5 and the late pick 5 in 29 minutes. Bunched there at the start. Breaking a little outward was Dominican Pirate. They work out of the chute here, and the leader in between horses comes At the rail, there's Counter Move. It's Counter Move who's in front, and here towards the outside is Undisputed. Undisputed and Counter Move, these are the top two, and right behind them at the rail is Palace Boss. Dominican Pirate is out in the center of the racetrack, is in fourth. Very tightly bunched once again as they slow down the tempo. The trailer is Vitalized. They work up the backstretch, they're 23 and 4. Opening quarter mile, now the favorites in front. Counter Move is punched right back at Undisputed, and Undisputed is a half length back in second. At the rail there is Palace Boss looking for a seam, and towards the outside, Dominican Pirate. The trailer, Lane Leslie and Vitalize as they start to pick it up from the back end of the field. They've got less than a half mile to go. 46.58 for a half mile time, and Counter Move. Jose Lescano still in command. Undisputed at a big number, has every shot to run this leader down. And moving to the outside is Palace Boss, who's now all in from third. Dominican Pirates lost ground, and Vitalize is out of last, but has a lot of ground to make up as Counter Move approaches the top of the stretch, extends the margin again, hugs the rail and kicks for home. It's Counter Move who's in front. Palace Boss looks like the danger with Undisputed towards the outside. And here comes Palace Boss and Luis Rivera Jr. They're on the move. Undisputed continues to give game chase. Counter Move is in front, but for how long? Palace Boss is now to the outside and pushes on by. It's Palace Boss who will get the victory. Palace Boss, that's your winner. Tight here for second, maybe Undisputed in the photo there with Counter Move. And Vitalize finished fourth in 1 minute 36.46 seconds.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with 200 winners, 16% winners lifetime, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
First, the 8 Vincenity. Second, the 5 King Covey. Third, the 4 I See You Lookin'. Fourth, the 9 My Life Story. 8-5-4-9. Eight, 5, 4, 9. Running time 1 minute 7.66. Winner of race 5, the 8 Vincenity. Vincenity, a 4-year-old. Gelding, bred in Kentucky by Temperature, and a call to action. Winning owner, Next Level Stables. Winning trainer, Antonio Arriaga. The winning jockey, Jose Lescano. $1 exact to 8-5, $64. The double, $45 even. Trifecta, $247. And Superfecta, $2,913.50. Pick 3, 118, $362. Pick 3, 138, $111.75. Pick 4, $1,175.25. And pick 5, return $3,624.25. Up next is race 6, today's 6th race, 19 minutes away. Race 6, 1 mile in 19 minutes.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Horses step on the track here for today's 6th race. Race 6, 3 minutes away. Start of the Late Pick 4. Race 6 in 3 minutes. Approach to the gate for race 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Start of the Late Pick 4. Horses in behind the gate. 1 mile. Pistol is ablazing is in. Our Liberty Belle. She's an Arctic Queen. Rachel's Rock. La Vita Sofia. Far outside. Going in. All set. And they're off. Speed from the far outside. It's La Vita Sofia's in the early mix, and also right there, pushing on through is Willow Bend is going to be with the early leaders. Equus is joining them. Those three across the racetrack early. I'm Buzzy is now well settled in the fourth position. Is climbing a bit here as they come out of the chute. The center of the racetrack there in fourth, and now joined by She's an Arctic Queen. Purple Silks tightly bunched one more time with Rachel's Rock is in there. Tightly at the rail will be Our Liberty Belle. The lone trailer, Pistol is ablazing. They work up the backstretch, 23.23 for the opening quarter mile. Down towards the inside with a neck advantage, that's Willow Bend. Is chased by Equus in the two path and three wide, La Vita Sofia. Looking for some room, Christopher Elliott is trying to rush on through with Our Liberty Belle. Is in tight here at the rail with less than 4 furlongs to go. 46.46 for the half-mile time. Also on the move out wider, here's I'm Buzzy, who's now within range. Is a 4-wide run. All in there is She's an Arctic Queen. Not making up ground yet, Rachel's Rock, and the trailer, Pistol is ablazing. Willow Bend is trying to shake loose on the front end, and Jamie Rodriguez and Willow Bend, they're up by a full length and a half, almost 2, with a quarter mile left to go. They hug the rail and kick away. Our Liberty Belle is just run by towards the inside of Equus, also chasing I'm Buzzy, center of the racetrack, La Vita Sofia. Pistol is ablazing on the grandstand side, is building momentum too, but Willow Bend got the jump on them all. Here's Our Liberty Belle, who is in the clear and catching with tenacious strides towards the outside. Here comes Our Liberty Belle is in the clear and sprinting away. Our Liberty Belle wins it. Willow Bend finished second. I'm Buzzy. Then came Pistol is ablazing with La Vita Sofia in 1 minute 36.49 seconds. Order finish. First the 3, Our Liberty Belle. Second the 1, Willow Bend. Third the 6, I'm Buzzy. Fourth the 2, Pistol is ablazing. 3-1-6-2 and race 6. Running time, 1 minute 36.49 seconds. Winner of today's 6th race, the 3, Our Liberty Belle. She's a 5-year-old, bred in Florida by American Pharoah out of Successful Song. Winning owner, Tech Racing winning trainers, Wayne Potts. The winning jockey, Christopher Elliott. Race official. $1 exacta 3-1, $39.25. The double 8-3, $155 even. Trifecta $123.12 and superfecta $582 even. Pick 3, $393, and pick 4, $3,376.75. Final time was 1 minute 36.49. Up next, it's race 7. 25 minutes away, today's 7th race. Scratch the 6. Race 7 is next. And they're off. Speed from the far outside, it's La Vita Sofia's in the early mix, and also right there, pushing on through is Willow Bend is going to be with the early leaders. Equus is joining them, those three across the racetrack early. I'm Buzzy is now well settled in the 4th position, is climbing a bit here as they come out of the chute. The center of the racetrack, they're in 4th, and now joined by She's an Arctic Queen. Purple Silks, tightly bunched one more time with Rachel's Rock is in there, tightly at the rail, will be Our Liberty Bell. The lone trailer, Pistol is ablazing. They work up the backstretch, 23.23 for the opening quarter mile. Down towards the inside with a neck advantage, that's Willow Bend. Is chased by Equus in the 2-path and 3 wide, La Vita Sofia. Looking for some room, Christopher Elliott is trying to rush on through with Our Liberty Bell is in tight here at the rail with less than 4 furlongs to go. 46.46 for the half-mile time. Also on the move out wider, here's I'm Buzzy, who's now within range. Is a 4-wide run. All in there is She's an Arctic Queen, not making up ground yet. Rachel's Rock and the trailer, Pistol is ablazing. Willow Bend is trying to shake loose on the front end, and Jamie Rodriguez and Willow Bend, they're up by a full length and a half, almost 2, with a quarter mile left to go. They hug the rail and kick away. Our Liberty Bell is just run by towards the inside of Equus, also chasing I'm Buzzy, center of the racetrack, La Vita Sofia. Pistol is blazing on the grandstand side, is building momentum too, but Willow Bend got the jump on them all. Here's Our Liberty Bell, who is in the clear and catching with tenacious strides towards the outside. Here comes Our Liberty Bell is in the clear and sprinting away. Our Liberty Bell wins it. Willow Bend finished second. I'm Buzzy. Then came Pistoliza Blazin with La Vita Sofia. A woman at 36.49 seconds.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting BelmontStakes.com/tickets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing four-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and seven-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 5 minutes away. 6 furlongs is the distance. Scratch the 6. Race 7, 5 minutes. approaching the gate for race 7. Approaching the gate. Runners set to load. It's post time for race 7. Jackson's Dixie goes in. Sandy's Garden. Two out. Snapping buttons. Amazing Doty. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside here from Sandy's Garden. Wants to be in the early mix. And also short shift is in between horses. Will apply pressure. Amazing Doty is on the front end too. These three across the racetrack. No easy leads. The front three go at it. Echo in Eternity is now a shared 4th, is progressing with Snappin' Buttons. They're 4th and 5th, and the trailer, Jackson's Dixie, 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. Sandy's Garden is trying to shake loose. Short shift isn't going anywhere and trying to keep up is Amazing Doty. Traveling as a pair, there's Echo and Eternity, and Eric Hansel, they're on the move. They're going to take the inside path. Out wider there is Snappin' Buttons, the trailer, Jackson's Dixie. Sandy's Garden, Kendrick Carmouche is still there. Hugs the rail and kicks away. Sandy's Garden is now opening up the margin, is up by 2, almost 3. Sandy's Garden is trying to run away with it right now, is doing just that, approaching a final furlong. Sandy's Garden is still well clear, is up by 4, a 16th left to go. Jackson's Dixie is rolling from way out of it, but running out of racetrack. Sandy's Garden is the winner. Jackson's Dixie is up for second. Echo and Eternity and Snappin' Buttons in 1 minute 11 seconds flat. 2-1-4-5, the order finish in today's 7th race. Entering the winner's circle is the 2, Sandy's Garden. She's a 6-year-old, bred in New York by conveyance out of Lots of Mine. Winning owner, James Doyle. Winning trainers, Jolie. The winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche. Sandy's Garden. Homebred, bred in New York by James Doyle. 2 wins on the afternoon, Kendrick Carmouche. Race 7 official, the exacta 2-1, $27.75, double, $112 even. Trifecta, $53, and the superfecta, $293. $1 pick 3, 832, $1,003 even. Running time, 1 minute 11.08 seconds. Up next, it's race 8. Today's 8th, 34 minutes away. Scratch the 5 and the 7. Race 8, late double in 33 minutes. Speed towards the inside here from Sandy's Garden. Wants to be in the early mix, and also short shift is in between horses, will apply pressure. Amazing Doty is on the front end too. These 3 across the racetrack, no easy leads. The front 3 go at it. Echo in Eternity is now a shared 4th, is progressing with Snappin' Buttons. They're 4th and 5th, and the trailer, Jackson's Dixie, 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. Sandy's Garden is trying to shake loose. Short shift isn't going anywhere and trying to keep up is Amazing Doty. Traveling as a pair, there's Echo and Eternity, and Eric Hansel, they're on the move. They're going to take the inside path. Out wider there is Snappin' Buttons, the trailer, Jackson's Dixie. Sandy's Garden, Kendrick Carmouche is still there. Hugs the rail and kicks away. Sandy's Garden is now opening up the margin, is up by 2, almost 3. Sandy's Garden is trying to run away with it right now, is doing just that, approaching a final furlong. Sandy's Garden is still well clear, is up by 4, a 16th left to go. Jackson's Dixie is rolling from way out of it, but running out of racetrack. Sandy's Garden is the winner. Jackson's Dixie is up for 2nd, Echo and Eternity, and Snappin' Buttons in 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
Lucero. Any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Lucero, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your video monitors, you see post time 5:05 for today's 8th race. Race 8, 15 minutes away.
Back with you, round 2 on Fox Sports 2. Here on America's Day at the Races, those look like lilies. Kentucky Oaks about an hour away after a long weather delay out in Louisville under the Twin Spires. We'll talk more about that race coming up. We have race 8 about 5 minutes away here in New York. It's day 2 of Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Acacia Clement here on the desk. Good to see you both as we close in on the Kentucky Oaks coming up.
Yeah, Kentucky Oaks being run a little later than expected. They had a delay with some serious weather. Now scheduled for post at 6:01. So as soon as you're done watching us, watch the Oaks. What could be better than
Perfect
that?
timing.
And really, it was very nice of them to do that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we came on just as maybe the fastest horse on the planet just won at Oaklawn. Skelly, it looks like he's back better than ever.
His last 2 races have been dazzling, and it seems like he's come back an even better horse this year and will be a force to be reckoned with in the sprint division.
Yeah, he just won at Oaklawn and Lake Hamilton. He was not far off a track record as well, as easy as could be. Look at the current odds for the Kentucky Oaks here. Good sheer. That price keeps floating up. It was as low as even money at one point, now 8-5.
I was looking at some multi-race bets, and he was every bit of even money in those bets. We'll see what price he ends up. And she is, excuse me. It's been a long day. The Oaks is for fillies, right?
Usually.
Derby is for the boys. She may win this race, and she probably is the horse to beat. But I think universally a lot of handicappers look at the race and think, where is her big speed figure edge for a horse in a 13-horse field that's round even money?
Right. If you look at the price that she is, that would indicate, just at face value, that she is far and above the company that she's facing. On her speed figures and on her races thus far, she's not far and above superior. So what we're I think for most of us saying is that, yes, she absolutely could win in here. She's not far superior but on numbers and on paper thus yet.
She did run once on a sloppy track at Churchill. She won by 17 lengths, for whatever that's worth.
She did, but she didn't run a much better. I mean, she ran the same figure the next 2 times she ran, so I think it was the competition.
Back here, Bertrill, who's won a couple of times at monster prices.
Greg Wolf's favorite horse, Bertrill. Yeah. He has a deep relationship with her, and he never even bet her.
First time in forever. Jose Lezcano aboard.
It feels like for the first time in forever to try to get the win. She is one that comes from off of it. We'll see just how good she is coming back this year.
We have a Mirage sighting. Summer Whirl, Romero on the 3.
It's like an infestation. We got Rajiv coming tomorrow. We got his brother. There's just too many Mirages. This horse, to me, is just a plotter. She's going to need a total collapse.
Rajiv just won a race at Gulfstream.
Miracles never cease.
Carlos David with Tongue Twister.
A horse that's been in good form down in Florida, returning to New York. She's a New York bred.
Gallyhead went by, as did Red Burgundy.
Red Burgundy, I think, is the controlling speed in here.
Trail of Gold, big price with Jose Gomez.
Tries the turf for the first time. There is some turf in the second dam.
Turf debut for Spool was a win for Graham Motion.
And we'll see how deep that field was that she beat down at Tampa. She comes back in for first time with New York Reds on turf.
She's a bad favorite.
3-year-old debut coming up. The Power and Glory outside, huge price.
Yes, she would be a massive upset in here. I mean, listen, Acacia and I both like the 8 in this race, and we've talked about it before, Acacia and I. As you said, she's the lone speed, and she's kept good company. She just seems very logical.
She is. I think she's pretty good. I mean, look, you can't fault them for, in December, let's try the dirt, see if she can handle it, stick around for the winter. She couldn't. They say, okay, she's a New York-bred turf horse. Put her on the shelf, give her some time off, comes back when turf season comes back.
Let's welcome back Maggie Wolfendale as we head downstairs.
Yeah, guys, it's the Aqueduct Cool. As the sun goes behind the paddock, it gets significantly chillier out here trackside and in the paddock, but the horses, they're always in the sunshine. As we'll take a look here at a plethora of layoff runners, and beginning with the Christophe Clement trainee, that's number 2, first time in for, sorry, not Christophe, I have no idea where that came from. My apologies. Leonard Powell with first time in forever, as she is coming in off of a significant layoff. She's the one that has to overcome the longer time away from the track. And look, she was in a race against Awesome Check, who would come back and kind of, almost dominate those stakes races that we saw for Horacio de Paz. She came back to win with an 84, and she was a horse that was towards the rear, saving ground. Then she launched a 3-wide bid, then a 5-wide bid at the quarter pole, and she ran on well. But now she's coming back from a significant layoff in which we saw her running consistently prior to that. She just looks soft to me. She looks as though she's going to need a start, and rightfully so with the time away. Number 3 is Summer Whirl, 1 of 2 here for Graham Motion, and she'll let blinkers off the bench here. I thought she ran okay in some of her efforts last year as a 3-year-old. I think she's taken another step forward again physically. She looks incredibly fit coming back as well. She's also very laid back though again, you know, and more towards when she got into running more, she would get a little bit more engaged, a little bit more eager overall. So we'll see. Maybe she needs one to turn the light bulb back on, but I'm going to take her here because I like what I see from her physically. Number 10 is Spool, the other Graham Motion horse who will get Lasix, as she took to the turf quite nicely. Solid, good hindquarters to her. I just thought that maybe she's one from 2 to 3 didn't take that big of a step forward. You know, I always feel like facing some of these older fillies and mares too, the 3-year-olds are totally up against it. And then Red Burgundy, I always wish it was a mile. It's like they can't write a race that is this condition at a mile for Red Burgundy, because I think she would nail it. But unfortunately, she has to come back in a mile and a 16th, but she looks ready, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. This very short price on Spool here at 7 to 5.
This horse shouldn't even be favored here based on her PPs. She's being bet on the come off a maiden win that's too slow to win this race. I'm not saying she can't win and couldn't improve, but she should be around 4 to 1, not 3 to 2. This is madness, in my opinion.
Very short price. I still like Red Burgundy. I understand what Maggie's saying, and she hasn't been able to seal the deal. I would imagine Kendrick's going to be aggressive. He's looking for his 3rd win on the day as well.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 8th from Belmont at the Big A.
Power and Glory. Horse reared up in the gate pretty significantly there. That's Galahad, who backed out the front of the gate and now is loose on the turf course. Outrider quickly, making sure we get to the 6.
The Outrider has this horse.
So Galahad, Outrider's already caught up to this mare, but she is, I couldn't see how far she got. Oh, there she is. She's right behind us.
Also, this is something that's not uncommon for her. I have notes previously, I guess from a couple years ago, in fact, on Galahad, that she's acting up in the gate, has to load without the rider. So she's always one that's been bad at the gate.
We saw that case yesterday with Pharaoh's Heart at Oaklawn, which delayed a race about 10 minutes, a horse that's caused problems a number of times. And, you know, the gate crew can only do so much, and they do an amazing job over time, especially with the most difficult horses. But sometimes there's just nothing you can do.
So everyone else, wow, for now, with the exception, I believe, of a couple of horses, or are they finally backing them out? There's a couple of horses behind the gate. Yeah, they're going to back them out now.
Yeah.
As we'll wait and see the fate of the 6, who got a 6 has come off the board already, so take out Galahad. So they're going to take the 6, I would assume, off the board. And we'll have a slight delay here.
And believe it or not, that's actually good for the 8, because she may have been a price, but she's a horse that was going to be a bit more forward. Just as we have time to expand on the 10, Spool, who's now a mysterious 6 to 5, and almost feel like it's one of these they knew things. I know she won her first race in the turf comfortably. It wasn't a fast race. Oh, man.
Real quick, we have another late scratch as well. The 8 being told is coming out as well, Red Burgundy.
Well, obviously that helps the horse. Oh, Spool is now 3 to 5. What I wish I could do is book $500 on Spool. Now, she'll probably be forward, and so will Trail of Gold. But as far as Spool, she beat a Chad Brown horse that came back to break her maiden and improve 2 buyer points. But I mean, she's just got to be better, and maybe she will improve off a second-time starter, a very good trainer. She's got a big pedigree, et cetera, but she's not a 4 to 5 shot.
I know that the second-place finisher, Lying by Omission, who's a Chad Brown trainee, came back and won at Tampa in her subsequent start, but I do question the overall quality of that field. She's a horse that, as Maggie touched on, you know, you look to see them take that jump from 2 to 3. She was one that maybe on debut she just had lacked quite a bit of focus as well, but she's now a very short price, and maybe this race just got a bit easier for her if she can be forwardly placed.
There she is, 4 to 5. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we just see Red Burgundy coming back to the paddock here, delivered to her groom. I can't see anything from my vantage point. I'm about 20 feet away from her. But often when this kind of scratch comes through, it's because of the horse next, which we obviously saw Galley Head rear up, kind of get hung up in the gate and then come out the front. It's usually because it came in contact, whether they cut the other horse next to them with their feet, so on and so forth. So that's why Red Burgundy coming out. I know, very frustrated Kendrick Cramouche as he's walking back with his tack, guys.
I'll never want to lose a mount at the gate, especially on a contender, so that's frustrating, no question, for Kendrick. But with that,
my top pick is the 2 with a scratch. How about you, Acacia?
4 to 5.
Well, I scratch into the 3 Summer Whirl, but especially with a couple of the horses coming out, I would say I probably would elevate the 2 First Time in Forever as well. I mean, both of these horses lately have been ones closing, but at least First Time in Forever has shown in the past some ability to be a bit more forward.
Well, that's a good point.
Power and Glory last in. Again, late scratch of the 6 and 8. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Bertrill, and also First Time in Forever. First Time in Forever with a nose advantage, and it's First Time in Forever with at the rail. Bertrill does not want to give up that position. Those 2 work towards that first turn. Joining them, it's going to be 3 wide. There's Trail of Gold. Tucking right in behind is Spool. Got right over towards the inside is going to be a close-up 4th. Towards the outside of that rival comes Power and Glory. From that outside draw is in the 2 path. The 2 at the back, Tongue Twister and Summer Whirl. They work to the backstretch. They're chasing Bertrill. It's Bertrill who's up by a half length. First Time in Forever continues to stalk here from second. 3 wide, that's Trail of Gold. And Jose Gomez content to sit right there. It's still Bertrill and Luis Rivera Jr. They're in front. They're up by 3/4 of a length. First Time in Forever. Jose Lezcano right there with a 47-second flat, half-mile time. Trail of Gold is now losing some ground, and there is Spool. Spool got over towards the inside. Javier Castellano's on the move, is trying to save some ground once again, is about to challenge for 3rd as they're into the far turn now. Lime green cap, that's Tongue Twister. Power and Glory still there, and the trailer, Summer Whirl. Getting the cue to win it right now here is Bertrill, and Bertrill is trying to win it at the top of the lane. Spool, with that ground-saving journey, continues to just progress towards the inside. As to the inside of Bertrill is now going to switch to the outside. First Time in Forever is holding that spot. Spool is going to now dive down towards the rail, is changing tactics once again. Spool is ready to go, and now Spool is cut loose and now passes Bertrill. Here comes Tongue Twister down the center of the course. Spool will get the victory. Spool wins it over Tongue Twister. Then came Trail of Gold. Summer Whirl is in a photo with Bertrill in 1 minute 41 seconds flat.
Things got tight along the inside for Spool. Finally finds that running room, and she is now 2 for 2 on the turf. She wins it even money.
Well, she overcame an incredibly difficult trip. I mean, to be able to get to the rail from the 6th post and then slip up the fence against a huge long shot that was trying to wire the field. I don't know how she overcame this trouble, Alicia.
I mean,
shocked.
To be fair, she did have to kind of re-rally a couple times. So when she got through, I think it was Bertrill who shockingly showed a lot of speed today. I was kind of wandering a bit in the stretch there, but yeah, she was able to get into a good position. I don't know where the speed from the 1 Bertrill came from this afternoon, and First Time in Forever was forwardly placed but faded late.
I don't know if there is a turf filly that has outrun her odds more than Bertrill.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the wins at 100 to 1 and what was it, 60 something to 1?
Yep.
Winds up not hitting the board here, but put in a good effort much of the way till fading late. Spool wins at a very short price here. Even money. Castellano for Graham Motion. 3-year-old return. Successful here up the fence. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk Oaks when we return. And the fantasy winner, Quiet Side. Is it her time to shine for John Ortiz? Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. We have an objection in this 8th here at Belmont at the Big A involving your top 2 finishers.
Yeah, and it's looking at the top of the stretch. So the number 10 Spool is down inside. Now the one Bertrill that's setting the pace gets to wandering in the stretch. So Andy, I think it's right here where the blue cap on the rail comes over to try and tip out, and I think that's what they're saying is the issue, where it might have cut off the momentum of the 4 tongue twister. I didn't see anything egregious in there, but Javier Castellano was searching for room at that moment.
I think making frivolous claims is becoming a problem around here, to be honest. We've seen way too many claims that have just been silly. I don't understand what they're, and this is over. There's no inquiry.
There it is. It's been taken off the board already. So 10-4-9-3 result will stand. And it's Spool with the win at a short price. Now 2 for 2 on the turf. Successful 3-year-old debut for Graham Motion. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Javier Castellano didn't have to wait this one out too long.
Yeah. The stewards have gotten good, at least, at not wasting a lot of time with these frivolous claims. I honestly believe the stewards should be fining. Rudy Rodriguez has made a number of claims. He made one last week that was almost inexplicable when you watch the race. I think that people should be a little bit more careful about the claims. Claim if you think he got fouled, but I don't know what they thought happened there.
Well, nevertheless, that's over and done with. Spool with that win. Back to the Oaks. About 45 minutes to post coming up in this big one for these 3-year-old fillies. Quiet Side, we got to know her last summer. Sensational, really from the get-go for John Ortiz, and she's really blossomed her last couple of starts, including that fantasy win.
Yeah, listen, she's been terrific and clearly is good enough to win. She drew badly, even with the scratch. She has post 13, but I think with the scratch of the 8, Acacia, it lessens some of the speed, so it might be a little easier for her to get over.
I totally agree. You would have to imagine that Jose Ortiz will come out running, and as Richard Migliore often says, get your position going forward, but she did win from an outside post 2 starts back in the Honeybee. Obviously, a much different situation in here. It is something she will have to overcome going the mile and an 1/8 at Churchill Downs, but she has shown quite a bit of tenacity throughout her starts.
And one of the good things in this race, if you don't like good cheer, and you're right, you're going to get paid because everybody else is a square price.
Yeah.
Well, and let's go to Mig. You were out there for these preps, and the filly that battled Quiet Side every step of the way, and just career start number 3 for her off a bit of a layoff. Simply Joking. What do you make of her chances today?
Well, she showed a great deal of tenacity, and that's the one thing you don't know with a racehorse until they're put in that position of being in a pitched battle. How will they respond to it? Well, she responded very positively. I mean, she gave ground begrudgingly, and particularly only being her 3rd start. It was Quiet Side's 7th start, and she was coming off a little bit of a layoff, not a long one. She did run in January. What has struck me, though, is how she is trained since that race. You know, her penultimate work for the Oaks, 58-2, breezing, and usually when it says breezing, it denotes that they were doing it without the rider asking them for a great deal, and came back with a nice half in 47-3. So, sometimes you worry a horse runs that hard, gets into that much of a fight. Will they regress from it? Will it be a bad experience for them? The way she's trained since, maybe she's even going to take a step forward. So she is very, very interesting for a lightly raced filly here in the Oaks.
Been very good. Just the fact that Whit Beckman put this filly, in the get-go, he put her in a stake from her very first start. Then stretched her out, put her in a stake as well. He obviously was very high on her from the beginning.
Yeah, she's never run in a race that's not a stakes race.
Yeah. She's a good horse.
See how she fares with that experience, having battled Quiet Side last time out. Now that, see if that sets her up for a bigger performance today. And she's got that beneficial sort of inside post with her speed as well.
And for people unfamiliar with Whit Beckman, he worked for Todd Pletcher, he worked for Chad Brown, so he's worked in some of the best barns in the game.
Spool now 2 for 2 on the turf, wins at a very short price here. Tongue Twister, Trail of Gold, complete the trifecta.
I just cannot wait to bet against her next time she runs.
We move on to the 9th. Mile on the Grass to close out this card. Maiden special weight. Fillies and mares 3 and up and 6-5 favoritism. Chad Brown's Consumer Sentiment, Klarovich Stables, and Jose Lezcano gets them out.
Even money now on this horse.
Wow.
I feel like I'm in like an alternate universe today with some of these prices. This is a horse that doesn't really have a ton of turf battery. It just fights down. They can do anything. Has an outside post. Now, potentially could be the controlling speed here.
I thought the other Chad Brown runner would take more money.
That horse is completely iced.
Yeah.
That horse has pedigree, much more than this one. We've seen Chad Brown do well with horses without a lot of turf pedigree. The turf, but even money on this horse?
Very short.
Sort of nutty.
Yeah, the other Chad Brown, that's the 4. Soda Summers debuting. Eric Cancel will ride there. 3-1 morning line, 8-1 right now.
That's a Phipps family pedigree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, deep into the generations. By Omaha Beach, Dam was the turf winner.
Second Dam won the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Back to the slop in Hot Springs. And race 9, mile and a 16th. $12,000 maiden claiming event.
This is the race I've been waiting for all day.
And quarterly report, Brad Cox Christian, Torres, 2-1 favorite. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and there's a lot to like about the 4 quarterly report, taking that drop in class, also stretching out. This horse is a pedigree that says it wants to go further, and actually did some running on debut. And I think just getting the opportunity to go a little bit further will really allow this horse to kind of find his stride a lot better. Listen, these races are head scratchers. They've been very tough races for me to handicap the entire meet here. The 9 horse I thought was a little bit interesting. Crabtree has had some, opportunities, has not hit the board, but I think has run races good enough to at least nibble around the edges. And I will say, from a physical perspective, made a nice impression. Ron Moquette, best meet he's ever had here at Oaklawn Park. His previous best mark was 29 wins at the meet. He's at 34, and his horses have run well the entire meet. The 11 horse, another son, excuse me, getting my notes straight here, another son of Maximum Security, ran a big race last time when he was claimed for 20. Now he shows up for 12.5 off of that big effort for 20. Now he looks awfully good on paper. Is it a matter of that the meet's ending and let's get, another run into him here so we don't mind if we drop him down off a good effort for more money, and if he wins and, we lose him? I'm not sure what the reasoning is there, but obviously a very logical horse. Also a tougher post position. A horse that is a big price, guys, the 7, Gray Street. This horse sprinted twice, showed absolutely nothing on debut. I thought actually showed some life and finished with interest the second time. Stretching out in distance and looking at this horse from a physical perspective is going to appreciate the added real estate. And I just thought kind of interesting at a big price here, the 7, Gray Street.
Mig, thank you. Christian Torres. He's one back, Francisco Arrieta. He's on the 4. He's got probably his best chance left. Again, not riding on Saturday here. A quarterly report, the 4, to even things up before he heads to Louisville.
For what it's worth, I had the race mostly open the 4, 5, and 8. I thought the 8 Irish Whiskey was interesting. Stretching out off the claim for a trainer that's done some okay work coming here. Horses have run reasonably well. Claimed this horse last time, stretches out, has speed. I thought this horse could be the controlling speed in this race and might be dangerous in here. I bet the 8 and used a little 4 and 5 in exactas.
Mr. Ritchie, I thought the 9 Crabtree was a bit interesting, finding perhaps the right spot in here. But I see what you're saying about Irish Whiskey. For what it's worth, quarterly report, I do think covering that race at Oaklawn last time out, that this is a horse that will really appreciate getting more distance and has the pedigree to suggest that as well. See if he can take a step forward. Well, he'll have to because he broke slowly and he did not do much running first time out.
I don't like the horse who's currently favored, the number 11 Vaden. He's getting bet like that off of a 69 buyer. Now, if he ran a 69 buyer in here, he would probably win and make 2-1 look like an overlay. Having said that, it's a dichotomous number to the other figures he's been running. Now, he did stretch out, and he hadn't stretched out since his second career start in a maiden special weight, and he's 60-1 at Churchill. I looked up that figure. That figure could be 10 to 15 points high, in my opinion, based on the horses that he was running against. And I think he's overbet at 2-1, which means he'll probably win.
We'll see what he does moving forward. I will say the horse that beat him, Sir Exton, did come back and win with a 76 buyer speed figure, so improving his form as well. But I would agree, just kind of as you look at his overall form, that one does stand out.
Yeah, I don't buy that figure at all. I want to see it to believe it.
Meanwhile, the 4, Christian Torres mount, it's Brad Cox as well. He debuted in an 80 maiden claiming race. You only be one horse. Is that partially just Brad Cox here in the big drop? Why is this horse taking the money?
Stretching out in the dirt with maiden claimers in their second start at Oaklawn. For what it's worth, Brad Cox is 0 for 5 with 1 hitting the board, and every one of them was a super short price. So he has not had a lot of success with his move. It's only 5 starters, but I thought it was kind of interesting, especially considering they were all super short prices.
And especially at Oaklawn, and when with a horse like this, a first-time starter, they all take a lot of attention.
Brad doesn't do great at his numbers at Oaklawn are never that special. They're okay, but numbers, you often expect to see higher numbers for Brad Cox. Tough track to win at.
Yes,
it's a very tough, competitive place to run.
Well, on the year, he's at 26%. He was 28% last year. He's usually right around that percentage. Started out this meet historically bad for him. Took him forever to get a win.
It's a tough track to win.
He's made up a lot of time since then with 15 victories, considering his slow he started. I think he was 0 for 40-something early on.
He should probably retire. I'm surprised he stuck to it,
Talk to me after the Oaks. Here we go with the 9th. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
They've loaded Kai, 1 back, Tarp Storm. They're going 1 mile and a 16th here. We're ready to go. And Lyroff, the Hit King Rose, was off a little bit slowly.
No problems from Ndu, who's on the lead with Kai, who's quicker, and Vaden, who moves up to come and challenge. The Hit King Rose was last out of the gate in his first going into the first turn run. Rush is up to snatch the lead. The Hit King Rose on top here, hustles to the front, leads by a length. Audax Minor runs in the second spot. Vaden outside of him, and Kai, who's 4 deep on the course. A length and a half to Irish Whiskey, tugging a bit with Quarterly Report. They're 2 better than Vino Vidi Vici. Another 3 to Tarp Storm, and Ndu to the inside. Crabtree, Gray Street, they're next in the field, and Mandatory Mission is well out of it early. At least 15 lengths from front to back, maybe even farther spread out than that as they head down the backstretch. The Hit King Rose 75-1, neck in front of Audax Minor. Kai, who's moving up 3 wide, and Vaden gets a breather, retreats to 4th with Quarterly Report. Now Vaden's come under a hard ride as he backpedals to midfield, approaching the turn. Vaden needs to turn it around, is losing ground rapidly here. Then comes Vino Vidi Vici. He's coming on the outside, and Vino Vidi Vici he's making his move towards the lead as they round the far turn. Crabtree is making a bid as well. He's 6 lengths behind as they round the far turn. Kai comes out of the leaders to take the advantage here and is strictly ahead. Quarterly Report's trying to rally on the far outside. He's launching a big late rally here as they come to the top of the lane. Vaden's been pulled up in the meantime. They come down the stretch. Quarterly Report sweeps to the front and runs by Vino Vidi Vici, who's left behind in second. Crabtree trying to pick up pieces here with a furlong to go. It's Quarterly Report and Christian Torres. They've opened up by 5. Vino Vidi Vici is second. Then Crabtree and Mandatory Mission. Quarterly Report, Christian Torres tied in the jockey standings with Francisco Arrieta. That's 2 wins for the Brad Cox Barn and Torres. Vino Vidi Vici was second. Crabtree, Mandatory Mission were next.
How about that? A little more drama here in this riding title. Christian Torres again leaving on Saturday to ride in Louisville, but he equals the 61 wins of Francisco Arrieta here.
Nice, clean, easy trip, unlike the 8 Irish Whiskey, and got the job done.
Quarterly Report, start number 2 on the stretch out. The win as we get back to New York. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with some horses trying the turf for the first time or making their first starts. And Chad Brown has 2 that fit that bill, including the horse who is your 7-5 favorite in number 10, Consumer Sentiment. Now, she took a lot of money first time out, traveling the 6 furlongs on the main track. She'll come back here and try something a little bit different, to say the least, going this mile on the turf course. And looking at her, she does have that proverbial turf hoof to her, and she's by Speightstown, who I feel like he can always get any kind of runner. It doesn't have much pedigree to write home about on the bottom side, but at least there's that Lemon Drop Kid influence there. So I really like this switch. Physically, she's more suited to these conditions than she was the 6 furlongs, but it's also promising that she was able to show a bit of speed sprinting, so therefore she is going to be forward in here, and I think that's a really good attribute to have, and she looks fit, strong, ready to go. Now, Chad's other horse is a first-time starter, and that's Sota Summers, as she is a daughter of Omaha Beach out of the Dan Blenheim Palace. I actually remember her as she was a Shug McGahee trainee. It took a while to break her maiden. She did so going 1 3/8 on the turf. So with that being said, this filly is literally a carbon copy of her dam. Very tall, gangly kind of frame to her. So it does feel like she might want a little bit more than this mile that she encounters first time out here. And while she looks fit, just gives the impression that she just might need a start too to just strengthen up. But great coat on her is the utmost professional, as you've come to expect from Chad. As moving on to a horse that I'm intrigued by, that's number 6, Delaware Devil here for Linda Rice. There is turf in this pedigree, as the dam, she was a graded stakes winner on turf and synthetic, as well as the dirt acronym. I remember her for Chris Grove, I believe, back in Maryland. Is half to Have At It, who was a graded stakes winner on the turf, and there's been 2 other winners on the surface, and she does look as though she'll handle the turf in here. And furthermore, my complaint with her back in those 2 sprint races on the main track is that I said each time I think she wants to go longer, and furthermore, she looks as though she needs to strengthen. Well, she has strengthened, but on the flip side, if she is a bit of a weaker horse, she'll find the turf a bit easier to deal with too. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade we'll get to here in a moment. 3-2, well, 8-5 favorite. As I say, that's still a filly debuting on the grass and going a mile for the first time outside Consumer Sentiment.
I like the horse that Maggie was just talking about, the 6 Delaware Devil. It is a funny family. There's 3 good turf horses in there. There's also a lot of horses that weren't very good. But Quality Road's been a good, effective turf sire, just a very good sire overall. And I thought this horse might be very interesting getting the turf first time for Linda, so I bet a few dollars.
No, you're absolutely right. And you are, as you mentioned, the family kind of can go either way, but the horses that were good were very good in the pedigree. It seems it's kind of all or nothing, so to speak, and the Dam was a good dirt sprinter, though she did win on the grass once as well. But to Maggie's point about horses that are a bit lighter framed or weaker in their hind end, horses push off from their hind end. That's where the power comes from. And the turf often is just a much kinder surface and can be a lot easier to propel themselves forward. That's why you see a lot of those horses coming in from Europe that are just such lighter frame types. It's often because they just tend to get over that surface much easier.
6-1. Delaware Devil, 2 sprints on dirt stretching out. Kendra Carmouche didn't get an opportunity with a late scratch in the last race. Hops aboard here. And our post parade here coming up in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a big story. The barn loves the 10. I have no idea. Maybe this horse, I don't know if this horse worked in the turf. It would have been last summer, right? Because the horse has been here all winter. So I'm not going to be surprised if she does well. I just don't think she's a good gamble from that post. Now, potentially, she could be the speed here.
Here the call to post in the background, so here they come. And from the rail, Bill Mott with a first-timer from the rail, Key Actress.
It's not really a pedigree in the Dam side screaming turf. There's enough to say that maybe she handles it, but not really my cup of tea. Taking a little bit of money.
Some synthetic pedigree.
For you, the one time on the turf did hit the board at Saratoga.
I thought that she was a little bit interesting getting back onto the grass. Did not expect the 10 to be taking so much money in here, but we'll see what Luck For You can get back onto the turf.
Yeah, big price, at least for a 62 buyer, going the distance on the grass. Pionis with Omar Hernandez Moreno.
I can't see anything to recommend based on the races this horse have run on the turf.
Chad Brown, first-time starter at 9-1 here.
As we discussed, this is one that does have some pedigree, especially in that second generation. Blenheim Palace did win on the grass, and not much of a producer thus far, though.
No money for this horse at all.
Candy is dandy, second start turf debut.
I think Candy is very dandy. I just don't think this horse is particularly dandy, but there is pedigree to handle turf, but not necessarily that good. I do like Twirling Candy as a sire.
Here's Delaware Devil with Kendra Carmouche.
After Grade 2 winner, Have At It. Several horses in the family have been able to handle the turf out of a dirt sprinting mare.
More for sure. Lane Luzzy, 4-1.
This horse ran okay down in Florida, and you could do worse, though I'm not sure 4-1's any bargain.
Jump trainer, Kerry Bryan with Mendy.
I know off a layoff, but arguably with this horse's last 3 races, I think you could say that she's the horse to beat of her overall turf form. She's a big price.
First 2 starts for the 9 came on turf, did not show a lot.
Yeah, obviously a massive long shot based on the performances.
And the favorite, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Consumer Sentiment.
That's some high marks on the paddock for how she'll take to this surface, and progeny of Speightstown certainly can handle anything.
We'll take a timeout. This one right here, your favorite, debuting on the lawn here at start number 2, stretching out to a mile. Jose Lezcano riding for Chad Brown, the 9th and finale when we come back.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. no fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. And the nightcap here at Belmont at the Big A. Mile on the lawn here, maiden special weight as we head back down to Maggie.
And Greg, we see a horse taking a good bit of money. Is number 7 in here, More for Sure, as she'll return to the barn of Tony Dutrows. And taking a look at her last race, she was kind of held up at the back. She was able to save some ground from there, but then she kicked on. And considering, you know, it's a short stretch there at Gulfstream, and I think that's a lot of the reason why more forwardly placed horses tend to win and do better there. But I thought she ran well given the trip that she pulled. Now, looking at her here in the paddock, she's incredibly fit. Haven't seen her since early March, but she is really well defined overall. Good coat as one would expect. She's okay, but the horse that I like more is the 4-year-old to her outside, and that's number 8, Mendy, for Carrie Bryan here, as she comes off a layoff dating back to November, and she looks incredibly fit. She did get a little bit warm when she first walked in, but then when they put the tack on her, she cooled off and settled a bit, and I always like to see that, especially with the fillies. You don't want them to get progressively hotter and more wound up. She did what one would hope, and she has this big, lovely walk that I love to see. And furthermore, you look back at who ran in that race. We saw Steel, albeit come back and win a no contest, so I guess she technically didn't win. I don't know how you want to approach that down at Gulfstream. But also 4th in that race was Silvology, who we saw run a respectable 3rd in the Sheep's Head Bay earlier on this card. So I'm going to take her, Greg. She looks really fit and ready coming back here for Connections.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 9 to 5 still outside with consumer sentiment. Acacia, you wanted to add on just the board, the way the board looks, you would adjust here?
Absolutely. I was looking for a price in here, and I still think that Luck for You is intriguing getting back onto the turf, but I had in no way expected Mendy to be 8-1 in this race, Andy. I thought looking at this race on paper and handicapping it early that she was the one that had the overall strongest turf form coming into here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I picked her 3rd or something. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I picked her a 6-10-8. She's 5-1 morning line. Yeah, I agree. She's a you know, but your horse is a big price, so you got a shot with her. She's a big price. So what do you live and die with that? I mean, you would never switch off a 16-1 shot just because. But she is. I agree with you. I think she's a very fair price if you like her. It's a lot of it's because the 10 is surprisingly 8 to 5, though. I guess you're never supposed to be surprised when Chad Brown and Klarovich are short prices, but this horse doesn't look like an 8 to 5 shot.
And at the other Chad Brown, there it is. Soda Summers. The price has come down a little, but still 6-1, inflated from probably what was expected from that 3-1 morning line. The debut coming up. Nightcap, Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Consumer sentiment. Last to load to the outside. Jose Lezcano and Consumer Sentiment. Looks like going to need either the 4 or the 5 still here. Is just getting situated in the gate. Now, Consumer Sentiment will move forward and goes in. All set. And they're off. Candy is Dandy hopped in the air at the start. Key Actress has speed towards the inside with Luck for You, and joining them, 3 across the course is going to be Delaware Devil. Really wants to go, but Delaware Devil, slick move there from Kendrick Carmouche, will tuck right in behind that leading duo. Mendy is following that one, is right in the 4th spot. Very strung out here in the early stages. In 5th is going to be Consumer Sentiment. From that outside draw, has gotten over to the rail. His saving ground is a comfortable 5th. Is in front of Pianist, who's now in 6th and towards the inside of Soda Summers, who moves forward as Pianist didn't handle the turn as well as they work on the backstretch. Paraiba Blue is towards the back end of the field with More For Sure in the trailer. Candy is Dandy, 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. Key Actress, a leading role, is in front. It's Key Actress who's up by 2. Luck for You is a stalking presence from 2nd, and Delaware Devil still riding the rail now through a 48-4 half-mile time. Mendy is in the clear, and Consumer Sentiment is just easing into the race here, just moving in, gliding along here from 5th, is ready to pounce here in behind that leading quartet. Also shoved along is Soda Summers, and at the rail, that's Pianist. Paraiba Blue is asked to do more. More For Sure in the trailer. Candy is Dandy. They drift well apart here at the top of the lane. Key Actress is still in front. Consumer Sentiment is in the clear and coming right after the leader. And here comes Consumer Sentiment lifting here in the late stages. Consumer Sentiment, Key Actress not going away without a fight, but Consumer Sentiment is now sprinting away inside the final 16th. Give it to Jose Lezcano aboard. Consumer Sentiment wins it. More For Sure up for 2nd. There is in a photo with Mendy and Key Actress in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Well, that's why this horse went off at 3-2. First time on the grass, successful. Consumer Sentiment looked loaded coming around the turn.
You could see that Jose Lezcano had a ton of horse in his hands and was able to split horses and then just kick on pretty impressively and continuing on there. It looked like the number 1, Andy, Key Actress, who had set the pace, was going to stick around for a bit. Ended up, I think, getting swallowed up late, but a first-time starter that showed some surprising speed.
And Jose Lezcano is such a good rider. The way he just got to the rail on the first turn from the outside post, you know, once he got that position, you just sort of know if she can run, she's probably going to win or do well. And it's so much about position. When you break from post 9, which I guess there was 1 scratch, it's not always that easy to do. And the race can be over for you on the first turn. Instead, Jose put her in a position where the race was over for everybody else.
We talk about it all the time. He's one of the most underrated riders there is. On turf, he's elite, isn't he?
Actually, it was Tennersfield. I think he's terrific. I think he's good on any surface. I think he has a good knack on the turf, gets position, does those things. To me, in my life, he's one of the most underrated and underappreciated riders in the game. And I think now that PJ Campo has his book, he's going to get into some different barns, not going to just be riding for Linda Rice primarily. And he's also a terrific guy and an easy guy to get along with. And I'm thrilled to see him doing well. And I hope this is another great year for him. He's just a really, really solid rider. How often do you say after the race, boy, Jose really blew that one, you know?
Terrific rider. Even better person, and yeah, deserves all the success coming his way. 10-7-8 Consumer Sentiment to close out this card is a short price, 3-2. Favorite, all the prices when we come back.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Card in the books. Here at Belmont at the Big A, 2 days into the meet. Consumer Sentiment closes things out with Jose Lezcano, a 2-win Friday afternoon, teaming up with Chad Brown-Klarovich Stables here in the nightcap.
You know, it's hard to know just how good the field was overall, and she got a very good trip here. But she won like a horse that could go on and maybe win or non-winners at one. Next time we'll see if she can improve from that. It's hard to know. Obviously, this is not, you know, a super strong maiden special weight, but she ran well.
She did, and she was bet like she was going to win,
Boy,
and she
knew.
delivered. She certainly did.
It was They Knew Day, I
It
think.
was. Jose Lezcano had plenty of horse coming into the stretch, and she showed up for the win.
So easy time of things in that turf debut for Consumer Sentiment. $5.10 to close things out. Take a look at the pick 5. There we go. $9,202. Pick 6.
Carryover.
Carryover.
Yeah, carryover into
And
Saturday.
only 5. Only one ticket had 5.
Wow.
Where was it so hard? I mean, it was hard for me. I couldn't come close to a winner.
Kentucky Oaks closing in just about 10 minutes away from the start of the run for the Lilies. And here's a look at the Coronach Good Cheer 8-5 with that perfect record coming in for trainer Brad Cox. We will start with selections with Andy Sterling.
I'm going to go with Ballerina d'Oro. I have to, I'd be honest with you, I don't feel like I have a strong handle on this Oaks. I think it's a very wide open race. I feel compelled to pick somebody against Good Cheer. And my feeling with Ballerina d'Oro is she was able to win last time despite a slow pace because she was ridden into the race. And it was an inferior field in some ways to this one. But I thought it took away her closing kick, pushing her to be close to a slow pace. In this race, she's going to get a faster pace, and maybe she can produce that better run sitting well back. And she ran an 87 Beyer as a 2-year-old going 1 1/8. If she can build on that and gets the right trip, she can win this race at a fair price. So she's my selection in what I think is an extremely competitive race.
To Acacia.
I'm going to go with Quiet Side. She's a horse that I've gotten to really appreciate and like watching her and watching the tenacity and the grit that she's shown in her last couple of efforts. Obviously, she has to overcome the outside post. The scratch of 5G coming out, as we touched on, could hopefully make things a little bit easier for her. But the more I handicapped this race, the more I kept going back to her. The fact that Jose Ortiz will likely come out running, hopefully be able to save a little bit of ground going into that short run into the first turn. But a horse I think has plenty of ability and should handle the distance.
Heather, we both regard that fantasy pretty highly because I like both the fillies coming out of that race. I was very high on Quiet Side. I just think Simply Joking, maybe potential a little more upside there. That was just the third start of her career when she gave Quiet Side all she could handle in that race. I think she's going to benefit from that and start number 4 here. That was off a 2-month layoff as well. And we will see what we get. She's drawn so much better. She's got tactical speed inside post 2. So we'll see Florent Giroux with Beckman. Could be their day today with Simply Joking. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, if I was purely picking horses based upon appearances, from what I saw in my short time there at Churchill and even watching the coverage on the simulcast feed from Churchill, I would select Simply Joking because I think she has looked fantastic. I just don't know if dynamics are going to be in her favor. So I'm going to be the chalk eating weasel on this program and take Good Cheer. She's just consistent and she's consistently getting marginally better with each start. So I think she has done nothing wrong, and she's not a horse that I think any kind of dynamics within the running of the race would hurt her. But Meg, as we get it on out to Arkansas, who do you like in the Kentucky Oaks?
Yeah, I'm right along with Andy with Ballerina d'Oro. I just think that she was ridden against her style and was still able to win the Gazelle because she's classy and she's good. I think it sets up much better for her style, allowing her to find that rhythm and come with a run. Although I do find it a little bit unsettling that Andy and I are kind of thinking along the same wavelengths, Greg.
It's definitely a bad sign for me.
Good luck to you both.
The Kentucky Oaks, I've done very well in the Oaks. My opinion, the Derby annually sucks, but my opinion, the Oaks has actually been okay.
If this was November, I mean, she has strong form. Make a good point, though, about she could get this set. I mean, she should, right? There should be enough pace.
Well, Richie, my point with her is, for people that don't, to expand on it, horses that are deep closers when you have to ride them to get in races, it takes away their closing kick. So the best they can do is sort of grind out a victory because, like last race, she was just the best horse in the race. But that's never going to be the time they're going to run their best race. So it's not that surprising that she ran a lower figure. Now, she's got to run a much faster fig, make no mistake. And Richie knows that as well. But our feeling is perhaps with the right pace, sitting back, making one run, she has a race, a 2-year-old that's fast enough to suggest that she could take that step forward and win here. And listen, right now she's like 11 to 1, 10 to 1. Why not take a shot with a little bit of
a little bit like a team in the NBA, maybe in the playoffs, that wants to play a slow, grinded out kind of game and is forced to play up and down.
Or like a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves that seemed to be mailing it in the entire season, and then they met a team that Charles Barkley must be so happy, right? He was dumping on the Lakers all year, and he turned out to be dead right when the season was over.
He did.
So we're all over the place in our selections, except Andy and Mig come together on this Oaks Day. Amazing.
It's a beautiful thing.
It really is. Yeah. I'm getting a little weepy right now, sitting here. Yeah,
how much these two have missed each other.
I miss him greatly. We text all the time.
Sheepshead Bay earlier today. That was a surprise performance, but a big one in that state's debut for that Clement runner.
Yeah, with the Belleza, and congratulations to jockey Jamie Rodriguez getting his first graded stakes win.
Yeah, and I mean, a good trip or not, she feels in that race like she can play in that division.
Yeah, it's a division without a real superstar this year.
But a loaded Clement barn with horses that want to go 1.5 miles. So he had 2 in the distance race at Keeneland and 2 in the one today.
And again, I know we didn't see it. We came on right after it had concluded, but Skelly was absolutely sensational today.
Very exciting.
Near track record. As easy as could be, probably ran the fastest race of his career last time out. It looks like he is back now as a 6-year-old.
I would imagine that Steve Asmussen is, at this point, thinking about running him in the True North, which is just 5 weeks from this weekend at Saratoga. The way he's run, I mean, my gosh.
And he has Booth, who won the Count
Fleet. He could be in there too,
who
right?
Was, which was a win and you're in for the Count
Fleet. So he'll be
as
on
well.
too.
Yeah.
So maybe he keeps them apart.
We are back with you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. We will see you then. It's Derby Day tomorrow, the favorite, Journalism. On a roll for Michael McCarthy. Can he keep things going? Sovereignty for Belmont, that DQ win back in 2019 with Country House. This horse, he says, is the best he's ever brought to the Kentucky Derby. And Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner, will try and claim that trophy. For Mark Casse, we will see you tomorrow.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now.